Hi friends, I am Parvez and welcome to PyQt5 GUI development course for beginners. So this is a 7-hour training course on PyQt5 GUI development, and we're going to cover different topics in this course. So from installation process of PyQt5 up to working with Qt Designer, working with different widgets, working with MySQL database in PyQt5, and also drawing different shapes. And at the end we're going to talk about QML or Qt markup language. Now if you want the source codes, you can just check my website geekscholars.com, and so this is the PyQt5 course, and it is 7 hours training, and you can just, it's a free course and you can just enroll in here. So after enrolling, you can just start the course in here, and you can see that these are the topics in here that I have. So for example, installation, creating push button, and then the layout, we have layout management, and this is the widget sections that you can create, you can use. Also, for example, if you want the source code for the how to create VBoxLayout, you can just find the source code and step-by-step training in here. So with the video training and also text training, and you can just get the source code from here. So okay, now let's start our first lesson on PyQt5 GUI development. Hello friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our first lesson in Python GUI development with PyQt5. So in this lesson we're going to have a simple introduction to PyQt5 and also an installation process. Also we're going to create our first window in PyQt5. So first of all, what's PyQt5? Now if you see the documentation for the PyQt, so PyQt5 is a set of Python bindings for v5 or version 5 of the Qt application framework. Now you can see that PyQt5 is a set of Python bindings for Qt application framework. Now what's Qt? And if you see, Qt is a set of C++ libraries and development tools that includes platform independent abstractions for graphical user interfaces like networking, threads, regular expressions, SQL database, OpenGL, XML, and so different modules. Now if you're familiar with C++ programming language, now if you want to create graphical user interface applications in C++, you can use Qt framework. Now if you see the website of Qt, you can see it's a cross-platform software development tool for creating of GUI applications in C++, so you can download from their official website qt.io. Now as you can see that PyQt5 now implements over 1000 of these classes as a set of Python modules. PyQt5 supports Windows, it's cross-platform, it supports Windows, Linux, Unix, Android, macOS, and also iOS platform. So now one important issue that I'm going to point, we have PySide2 and we have PyQt5. Now PyQt5 is not related to Qt company. It is related to riverbankcomputing.com, and for Qt they have their own library that's called PySide2. So that's similar to PyQt5. Now let's just talk about the license. So you can see that PyQt5 is dual licensed on all platforms under the Riverbank commercial license. So now you can see that your PyQt5 license must be compatible with your Qt license, and you can use GPL version, then your code must also use compatible license. So you can see that you can use PyQt5 under commercial license and also GPL v3. Now, if you want to purchase a commercial PyQt5 license, so this is the commercial license, and price is 550 USD, and this is the commercial license. Now let's talk about the installation process of the PyQt5. Now, before installing of PyQt5, you need to download Python. Now, for the purpose of this video, we are going to use Python 3.7. So you can just download from here, and I'm using Python 3.7. So after the installation of the Python, and you can use pip, so pip install PyQt5, and it will be installed. Okay, after PyQt5 installation, now we need, so you can see it's the latest released, and after installation, now we need an ID. So for this, I'm using PyCharm ID from JetBrains.com. There are two licenses. They have commercial license that you can buy, and also they have community edition. So we are using community edition. You can download from JetBrains.com, and the .exe. It's free and also open source, like this. Okay, now I have already installed all the requirements, and this is my PyCharm ID interface. And also I have already created a project with a Python file. Now you can just click on the new, and after that, new project, and from here you can give your project name, whatever you want, and after that click on the create. Now I'm not using any virtual environment, but if you want to use virtual environment, you can just using PyCharm you can create virtual environment easily, or you can just click on new environment using virtual env, and from here you can use virtual env, and this is the location, and after that you can install your PyQt5 and also all the stuffs in the virtual environment. But I'm using directly my Python, so I'm going to use existing interpreter. You can just click on this, and after that create project, and the project will be created. So after that, we have now you can just click on the new, and you can create a Python file from here. So now let's create our first window in PyQt5. So first I'm going to just create some basic window, and after that I'm going to extend the window. So we're going to import sys. After importing sys from PyQt5.qt widgets, we are going to import Q application and also Q widget. The first thing we need now, you should remember that in every PyQt5 application we need to create the object of Q application, and it's required. You can just say app Q application, and in here you can pass sys.argv. Now it's not necessary, and you don't need to add this in here. Now the sys.argv allows command line arguments for our applications. If we are not going to use command line arguments, then we can just make it like this, and there is no problem. So I will show you that there is no problem that if we remove this and make it an empty list. So for right now, I'm going to just add sys.argv in here. Now after that, we need to create Q widget in here, the object of Q widget. Now there are three types of window classes that you can use. Right now I'm going to just use Q widget, but I will describe about this in the later part of the video. We can just say window and Q widget like this. Okay, so it's the base class for all widget window. After creating of our window or Q widget object, Now we need to start our loop or our event loop, so we can just say app dot execute like this. Okay, so now you can see that we have just imported our sys, and also from PyQt5.qt widget we need Q application, we need Q widget. In every PyQt5 application, it's important to create the object of our Q application, and you can add sys.argv, but it is not required. You can just leave it as an empty list. And this is in here we have created our Q widget object, and this is the starting point of our event loop. Now let me just run this. If we run this right now, there will be no window. So now let me just show you. You can see that we are not receiving any window. It's because we need to show our window. So in here we have created our window. Now there's a method in Q widget, that's show method. Now we can use show method for showing of the window. We can say that window dot show, and now you can see that we have received our first window in here. You can see that how easily we have created our first window in PyQt5. It's like right now this is just a basic window. We don't have any title, we don't have any icon, but we will create this right now. Alright guys, now we're going to use object-oriented programming, and we're going to create our first window. Now I've already created a new Python file. It is second window.py. First we need to just from PyQt5.qt widgets, we are going to import our Q application, and also we are going to add Q widget. So these are the codes, the imports that we have used in here. So Q widgets, we have used Q application and also Q widget. And also we need to import sys, and now from PyQt5.qt GUI import Q icon. Also I forgot to show you that if I remove this, make it an empty list, and now if I run this, you'll see that there's no problem and we are receiving our window. So it's just for command line purposes that we are going to add this sys.argv in here. Now we have used so let me just for right now remove this Q icon because it will be confusing. Right now we have imported just these two lines of code. After this we are going to create our main class. Now I'm going to call it class window example. Now if you're a Python developer, you will be familiar with the object-oriented programming in Python. So okay, now this is the class window example. Now this class extends from Q widget. Now we are not going to use Q widget directly as we have used in here. Now we have a class window example that extends from Q widget. So in here the Q widget is our base class, and this is our derived class. And if you see Q widget, let me just go to declaration or usage. So you can see that it is a class, and there are different methods and attributes that we can use. So you can see that it is a class that we have different methods in here. So now we need to create our init method. Okay, now this is a reserved method in Python classes, and it's called as a constructor in object-oriented programming. And this method is called when an object is created from a class, and it allows the class to initialize the attributes of the class. After this, we are going to just create our super function. So we can just say super, and the super function is used to give access to methods and properties of a parent class, and the super function makes class inheritance more manageable. So you can see that in here we are using inheritance in Python programming language, and you can just remove this also. There's no problem if you do it like this, and let me just remove this, or you can do it like this, or you can just okay. Now so after creating this, now because we are using object-oriented programming and we are using class inheritance, now we can access to, now this window example class can access to all attributes and also features or methods of the QWidget class. Now what I mean, for example, we can say self.setGeometry. Now the setGeometry method is related to QWidget. It's not related to window example class. It is a method that is related to QWidget. The setGeometry method. Now for the setGeometry method, there are four things that we need to do. So the first one is you need to give the x and y position. So the first one is the x position, and the second one is the y position. So it is the x and y position of the window location. And after that, we can give the width and the height of the window. So we can just give it 400 and also 300 like this. Now in here you can see that we have used self in here. Now what does mean this self? So the word self is used to represent the instance of the class. By using the self keyword, we can access the attributes and the methods of the class in Python programming language. Now after this, we need to just say self.show, because we need to show our window. If you see in here we have showed our window. You can do it in here like this, and also you can do it at the bottom. There is no problem. Now as I have said that in every PyQt5 application we need to create the object of our Q application. So we can just say app Q application, and you can give it sys.argv, or you can leave it as a blank list. There's no problem. So I'm going to just say sys.argv. Now we need to create this window example object. So we can just say window example, and after that we are going to start our loop in here. So sys.exit, and we are going to just say app.execute. Now let me just describe once again. These are our imports, and here we have created a class. This class extends from the QWidget class. After that we have our init and also super method, and this is geometry of the window, the x and y position, width and height of the window, and here we have showed the window. And at this section we have created the object of our Q application. Now let's just run this. Now you can see that we have our first window in here. This time we have used object-oriented programming. Now one important issue that I have already talked about this, that there are three types of window classes that you can use, and here we have used QWidget. Now and we have see that we are receiving a nice window in here. Right now we don't have any title and icon, but we will make this. So Now there's another class that's called QDialog. Now if I make this QDialog and if I run this, you can see that I have another window, but this time you can see it's like dialog. And if I make this QWidget again, let me just import QWidget and QWidget. So you can see that in this window we can minimize, we can maximize this window, but in QDialog it was like a dialog. You can see it's like dialog. And also we have QMain window. Let me just say QMain window. It's like QWidget. You can see that it's like a QWidget, and you can minimize and maximize this window. Now, what are the difference between QDialog, QWidget, and also QMain window? So the QWidget class is the base class of all user interface objects. Now, the widget is the important point of the user interface. It receives mouse, keyboard, and other events from the Windows system and paints a representation of itself on the screen. Now, if you see this QMain window definition, so let me just go to declaration or usage. So you can see that our QMain window extends from the QWidget. Now it means that the QWidget class is the base class for all the user interface objects. Now another thing that we have, that's QDialog. Now the QDialog class is the base class of dialog window, and a dialog window is the top level window. It's mostly used for short-term tasks and brief communication with the user. For the QDialog, maybe also modal or modelless. After that we have a QMain window. Now the QMain window class provides a main application window, and a main window provides a framework for building an application's user interface. Now PyQt5 has QMain window class, and it is its related classes for main window management. QMain window has menu bars. It has its own layouts like QToolbars, QDocWidgets, Dockable widgets, Dockable windows, and also QStatus bars. So this was the difference between these QDialog, QWidget, and QMain window. So now let me just change this to QWidget for right now. Okay, so now you want to add a title for the window. Right now we don't have any title for the window, so you can just say self.set window title, and for example we can give a title geekscoders.com, and let's run this. You can see that we have a title in here, geekscoders.com. Now also you can set an icon. So for this we need to use a class that's called QIcon. So it's related to Qt GUI. So from PyQt5.Qt GUI import QIcon, and in here we can just say self.set window icon, and I've already copied an icon in my working directory, so it is a .png, so python.png, and let's run this. Now you can see that I have a nice Python icon in here. So there are more methods that you can use inside QWidget class. For example, you can set self.set fixed height. For example, for the height I'm going to give it 400, and self.set fixed width, and for this I'm going to give it 300. Now it's the fixed height and width of the window. So now if I run this, I cannot change the width and height. So you can see that I cannot do this because I have defined a fixed width and height. Now if I comment this, you can see that there will be no problem in my window resizing. Also, you can set opacity for the window. We can just say self dot set opacity, set window opacity, and it's between 0 and 1. For example, I'm going to give it 0.5. It is a floating value, and you can see that we have an opacity window in here. Also, you can set style sheet for the window. You can give a color for the window, a nice color. We are going to just use self.set style sheet, and I want to change the background dash color. For example, I want to give it green. You can see that I have a nice green window in here. So thank you guys. If you have any question, please let me know. Also, for the source codes, you can just check geekscoders.com and you can get all the source code from there. Hello friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our second video on PyQt5 GUI development. So in this video, we're going to learn about creating of queue push button in PyQt5. I've already copied my codes, so this is a simple code about creating of the window. So I've already talked about how you can create window, so I'm not going to repeat my code, and you can see that this is just a simple window, and we are going to add our buttons in this window. So these are our imports, and this is our class window that extends from QWidget, and this is our init and super methods. In here we have created our geometry, window title, and also window icon. So for the geometry, it's X and Y position, and also width and height of the window. And also you can see we have showed our window. You can you can do this like this. You can just say window dot show, and there's no problem, and you can see your window in here. So also this is our queue application, window object, and this is our loop. So now how we can create our buttons in PyQt5. So for this, you can use a class that's called queue push button. The first thing we need to import this queue push button at the top, so queue push button. And after importing of the queue push button, now we need to create a method in here. So I'm going to just call it create buttons. First, I'm going to just create my first button, so btn1, and you can use queue push button. We need to give the text for the push button, and also you can give the parent, so like this. And let me just call the self dot create buttons in here, and I'm going to run this. So you can see we have our button in here, click me. So right now we are not we don't have any information about signal and slots. We will talk about that. Now if you want to move your button, it's a good idea to use layouts, but for right now we don't have any information about layout management. For example, there are different layouts that we can use. And here we are going to just move this button. For example, we can just say btn. So we can just say btn dot set geometry, and in here you can, if you want to just move the button, you can use move. So let me just show you. Move, and you can give the X and Y position 200 and 200. And now if I see, you can see that now our button is in here. But if you want to change the width and height of the button, so for that we need to use btn1 dot set geometry, not graphics, set geometry. So you can give X and Y position and also width and height of the button. Now you can see that we have our button in here. Click me. Now also you can set the text like this. So btn1 dot set text, our second text, and now you can see that we have our second text in here. Also you can set icon. So first let me just another button in here. We can just say btn2 and q push button, and in here we are going to just say click 2, the parent is self. We can set the geometry for the button. For this I'm going to give it 200 and 100 for X and Y position. For the width and height, the 100 and 100, it's okay. Let me just run this. So you can see that we have two buttons in here. You can set an icon for the button. For example, for the button 1, I'm going to just say set icon, and we have already imported Q icon at the top, so you can see it's from Qt GUI and we have imported Q icon. And in here you need to add your icon name. I've already added an icon in my working directory, so I'm going to just say cpp.png, and we need to do the same for our button 2. So dot set icon, q icon, and this is python icon.png. So you can see we have two icons in our two buttons. Also you can change the style sheet, so let me just do this. btn1 dot set style sheet. First you can change the color of the text. For example, I want to make it red, and if we see this, you can see that I have a red color in here, and we need to do the same process for the button 2. For this button I want to make it, for example, yellow. So now you can see this is yellow. Now we want to change the background color of the button. We can say btn dot set style sheet, and in here we are going to just say background color, and for the background color I want to choose green. And we are going to do the same process for our button 2. So now you can see we have two buttons with the green, and let me change the second one to for example purple. Now you can see that we have two buttons in here with different colors, background colors, and also text. So like this you can work with the Q push button in PyQt5. If you have any question, please let me know. I will add the source code to the video description. You can just check my blog geekscoders.com. Also, I forgot to change the title. This is button lesson. Hello friends, I'm Parvez and this is our third lesson in PyQt5 GUI development. So in the previous video we have learned that how you can create a nice button that we have created in here. Now in this video we're going to talk about the basics of signal and slots in PyQt5. Okay, now what are signals? So signals are used for communication between some objects. Now a signal is emitted when a particular event occurs, and a slot or method is called when its connected signal is emitted. So now we're going to create a basic example on this. We're not going to talk about advanced topics. Now we want to create a simple example. When a user click on this button, we want to print a message in the console. So for this we're going to use signals. Now and for every widget we have different signals. For example, for the button we have clicked signal. It is a pre-built in signal. Now you can see from the previous video or previous lesson, we have our button in here, and this is the button method. Now for that we need to create a new method, or we can call it a new slot in here. So I'm going to just call it, for example, clicked btn. And in the clicked btn, and here I'm not going to talk about the more advanced topics. I'm going to just print I want to say button 1 clicked. Now we have created this method, but right now there's no functionality for this. For example, if I run this, nothing happens in the console, and you can see it's because we have created our slot or method. Now it's time to connect this with the clicked signal of the button. So there is a signal that's called clicked, and we need to connect that signal with this clicked btn method. So now let me show you. You can just say btn1 dot clicked and dot connect, and in here you need to call your method. So it's clicked btn. We can say self dot btn or clicked btn. Now let me just run this, and we are going to check that it's working. So let me just click on this. So you can see we have button 1 clicked, button 1 clicked, button 1 clicked. But for the second button we are not receiving any interaction because we have not connected this button with the method. So for this I'm going to just create another. I'm going to just call it diff. For example, I'm going to just call it second clicked, and in here I'm going to also print second button clicked. And now we need to connect our second button with the clicked signal of the button. We can just say btn2 dot clicked dot connect, and we want to just say self dot second clicked, and we are going to just run this. You can see second button clicked, and you can see button 1 clicked. So like this you can work with signals. So it was just an easy example, but we will work more advanced examples in the later videos. I will add source code to the video description. If you have any question, please let me know. Hello friends, I'm Parvez and this is our fourth lesson in PyQt5 GUI development. In this video we're going to talk about Qt Designer, or we can call it PyQt5 Designer. Now for the simple codes, for the simple designs, there's no problem. You can do your design by coding. Now when you're going to build complex applications, for that you need a designer. Luckily for the PyQt5 we have Qt Designer. Using Qt Designer, we can separate our design from the coding. So the first thing you need to install this library, because by default, when you're going to install PyQt5, we don't have any Qt Designer. So you need to install PyQt5 tools. And you can see it's the latest version and the latest release of PyQt5 tools. Now after installation of this, you need to open this, so you can use if you're using PyCharm, you can use for example, you can use PyQt5. You can write PyQt5 Designer, so now okay, now you can see that we have our designer in here. You can write this in here in the terminal of the PyCharm ID, or you can just use your computer terminal for doing this. You can just write PyQt5 Designer. So now we have our designer, and this is the type of window that you want to create. So for example, dialog with button with two buttons, and dialog with button right, dialog without button. We're going to use widget like this, and I'm going to just click on the create. So now we have our Qt Designer in here with a simple window. So now let's add a button in here. So from here you can change the geometry, you can change the window name, and there are different options that you can use. For example, size policy, minimum size, maximum size. You can change the font, the window title, so its form, and for example it should be I think it's from here. Let me just say window. Yeah, you can see PyQt5 window, and also you can see that this is the opacity. You can set the tooltip for the window, and there are different options that you can just work with that. So style sheet, you can add a style sheet for the window. You can just add your CSS codes in here, or you can just add a color. For example, I want to add a yellow color in here for the window. You can see this is RGB, but we are receiving invalid. But you need to add your CSS codes in here for the designing and styling. There you should add Qt CSS. So now I'm going to add a button in here, a push button, and we have different widgets in here. You can work with these widgets. So we want to add a push button, drag and drop in here. And also for the every widget we have different options that you can use. So this is the text queue push button. You can change this from here, or you can just double click in here, and I'm going to just say click me. And this is the icon size. You can change this from here. You can add a width 48, and also 48 width and height, and you can do different options in here. Now we have created this window with a button in Qt Designer. Now how we can interact this with the Python? There are two ways that you can do. The first way is that you can just load this UI file. Now if you save this, let me just click on the save, you can see that it is a .ui file. For example, I'm going to call it my button.ui. So it is a .ui, it means that it is a user interface file. So the first way is that you can just load this UI file. The second way is that you need to convert your this .ui file to .py file, to Python file. I will show you this. So first we are going to just work on loading on the UI file. So I'm going to just save this, and wherever you, let me just save it in here. I have my button, but I want to just replace this. Now I need to copy my saved file in my Python. So let me just add this in here. Let me paste it. So my button.ui, and you can see that this is my UI file, and it's like it's XML, and the width and height of the window, the title we have, this is the X and Y position, like this, and we have a button in here, so it's property name text and click me, and this is the width and height of the button. So now we need to load this UI file. I'm going to just create a new Python file in here. I'm going to just call it load, or we are going to just change this to load UI. So load UI.py. Okay, now in here we need some imports. So from PyQt5.qt widgets, we are going to import QApplication, and we are going to import QWidget. So also from PyQt5, we need to import UIC, and also import sys. We're going to create our class in here. I'm going to just call it UI, and it extends from QWidget. So this is my init method or constructor, we can tell it. This is my super dot init. Now in here you need to load your UI file. So we can just say UIC dot load UI, and in here you need to add your file name. So it's my button.ui, and the parent is self. Now after loading this, we are going to just in here we want to just create the object of QApplication in here. We can leave it empty like this, and in here I'm going to just create the object of my UI, and we can show this. So window.show, you can do it in here, or you can just say self.show, and there's no problem, you'll receive the same result. So window.show, and in here I'm going to just start my loop, so app.execute. So now we are going to run this. Now you can see we have our window in here with the button. So you can see that how easily we have designed our main design in the Qt designer, and after that we have loaded our UI file. Now how you can access to, for example, if you want to use signals, for example, if I click on here, I want to print something in the console. Now how you can do that? So for this, in this way that we have loaded our UI file, for this we need to find our child. So for this, the first thing we are going to just import the QPush button in here. So QPush button, and we want to find our widgets in here. We can just say self.button. or there will be not necessary to use self in here, I think. Okay, so we are going to just use button, and we want to say self dot find child, and this is the child. It's a type of Q push button, and in here you need to add the name of the child in here, or we can say the name of the name of our button. If you see my button.ui, the name is push button. Now we can just add this. Let me just we can copy this and we can add this in here, so push button like this. Okay, and now we are going to just create a method in here, so I'm going to just say clicked btn, and we want to just print button clicked like this. And now we need to connect this. We can just say self dot, or we can just say button dot clicked dot connect, and this is self dot clicked btn. And now let me just run this. If I click this, button clicked. Click me, button clicked, button clicked. So this was the first way. Now the second way is that you can convert your .ui file in Python in .py using PyQt5 module. Now if you see where you have installed your Python, so I'm using Python 3.7, and the scripts, if we come down, we have PyQt5.exe. Now using this module you can convert your .ui file in the Python file, and after that you can use that file. So now the first way is that you can just copy your .ui file in here, and in here you can just run your terminal. So this was the second way. This was the first way. Now the second way is that you can just, if you're using PyCharm ID, from here we are going to just find let me just external, and from the Python 3.7 we have scripts, and in here if you see we have PyQt5 in here. Where is it? Yeah, you can see that this is in here. Now you can just copy your this my button.ui. Let me copy this and add this in the scripts folder. So it's my button.ui, and after adding this, let me find PyQt5, and in here I want to open in terminal. Now we can simply say PyQt5. After that you need to add your the name of your UI file, so it is qm. Let me check that it's copied. I have copied or not. Okay, let me just copy this once again. Copy, and in the scripts folder we need to paste this. Okay, yeah, all right. Okay, so now we can just say my button dot ui dash o, this is output, and after that you need to give the Python file name that you want. So for this I want to say my, or we can just say button example.py and x, and hit enter. Okay, now we're going to check our scripts folder for the file. Now you can see that we have our button example in here. Now you can just simply, let me cut this and paste it in my folder. So now this is button example, and So I think it's not the file that I want. This is the file. Now you can see that for the created by PyQt5 UI code generator, and this is our UI form, and this is our button. And now if I run this, you can see that I am receiving the same result. Now how you can add signals to the button in this example? So for this, first we are going to just create a method in here. I'm going to just call it diff clicked btn, and I'm going to just print in here, for example, the button was clicked. And now we can simply connect this, and here we can say self.pushButton.clicked.connect, and we need to add our method in here. So it is self.clickedBTN. Okay, now if I do click me, button was clicked, button was clicked, button was clicked. So thank you guys. I will add the source code to the video description. You can just check my blog, my website, geekscoders.com, and you can get all the source code from there. Hello friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our 5th video in Python GUI development with PyQt5. In this video, we're going to talk about layout management in PyQt5. So when you're going to develop complex applications, you need to have a good layout management. There are different layouts that you can use in PyQt5. For example, we have VBoxLayout, we have HBoxLayout, we have GridLayout. Now, particularly in this video, we are going to talk about VBoxLayout. So now, using VBoxLayout, you can align your widgets vertically. So this is my codes from the previous lesson. It's just a window, a simple window, and you can see I don't want to repeat the codes. So this is these are my imports, and this is a class window, the geometry, title, window icon. So first of all, we need to import VBoxLayout, and it's a class that we are going to use for aligning our widgets vertically. Also, we're going to create some push buttons because we want to add these push buttons in the layout, in the vertical box layout. So we can create a VBoxLayout object, and after that we need to create some Q push buttons in here. So let me just say click 1, and also btn2 Q push button. This is click 2, and btn3 Q push button. This is click 4. Let me just copy this once more because I need just 4 buttons. This is my btn4, so this is click 3 and click 4. Now after creating of the widgets, now we need to add these push buttons into vertical box layout or VBoxLayout. So we can we can, if I run this and so nothing, let me just give it self because we are in the class. Okay, now if I run this, you can see now all buttons are stacked. Now you can see we have click 4 button in here, but you can position this. For example, you can add the geometry, or you can just say, for example, we can say btn1 dot move, and we can make it, for example, 200 and 200. And now if I run this, you can see that we have a button in here. Now if I minimize this, you can see that my button, my click 1 button, you can see that it's hiding. So for this we need to use layouts, and let me remove this, and we don't need to this self when we're going to use layouts. Okay, now we need to just say vbox.add_widget. We want to add our btn1, and we are going to just copy this vbox. We need to add btn2, btn3, and also btn4. Now if I run this, you will see that we are not receiving any button, because when you're going to create layouts, you need to set the layout for the main window. So for example, in here we have our class window. Now we need to set the layout for the window class. For this we're going to just use self.setLayout. So the set layout is related to QWidget, and we are going to add our VBox in here. Now if I run this, so now you can see we have our 4 buttons, and now if I make it smaller, you can see that we are receiving a good result. And these buttons are aligned vertically, and you can see that these are my 4 buttons. Now this was using code. If you want to use Qt Designer, now let me just show you that how you can do this using Qt Designer. So first of all, you need to open your terminal, and in the terminal you need to run write PyQt5 So now this is our Qt Designer, and we are going to choose widget. So create. Now the first thing we need to change the title of this to VBoxLayout. Now first we need to add some push buttons in here. So you can see that we have vertical layout, grid layout, we have horizontal layout, we have form layout. Now you can do it like this. You can add push buttons between the in the vertical layout, or you can just add your push buttons in here. For example, button 1, button 2, and this is 3, this is 4, and let me just change this to click 1, click 2, click 3, okay. Now you can choose all of these buttons and right click, you can choose layout, and we want to make it vertically. Also you need to set layout for the window, so you can click on the window, right click, and from here also we want vertically. Now you can make it like this. So now I'm going to save this. You can just save it, and I'm going to save it in the desktop. I want to name it VBoxLayout.ui. Okay, now we need to just load our UI, so you can convert that to Python file, but I'm going to just load my UI file. Alright guys, now this is my simple new file. I have called it loadvbox.py, and it's just a simple window. Now in here the first thing we need to from PyQt5 we are going to import UIC. So using UIC module we can load our UI, so we can just say UIC.load UI, and in here you need to add your file name. So first of all you need to copy your file in your working directory. So now I'm going to just paste my VBoxLayout.ui in here, and now you can see that this is my UI file. So you can change from here. So let me just first load the UI, and we can just load the UI and also self. Now let's run this. Okay, now you can see that these are my 4 buttons in the VBox layout. Now, the best thing about loading UI is that you can change your UI file. For example, if you want to change the click 1 to, for example, click change, and now if I run this, you will see that I am receiving click change in here. So thank you guys. I will add the source code in the video description. Hello friends, I'm Parvez and this is our 6th lesson in PyQt5 GUI development. In this video we're going to talk about creating of HBox layout or horizontal layout in PyQt5. So in the previous lesson we have learned that how you can align your widgets vertically using VBoxLayout. But now sometimes you need to align your widget horizontally. For this we can use PyQt5 HBoxLayout class. Now I've already created my window code, so this is just a simple window. We're extending from QWidget and the geometry title, the icon of the window. So this is the geometry, this is the window title, and this is the window icon that I have already created. And this is in here I have created the object of QApplication. This is the window object. You need to show your window, and also this is our loop, our main loop. So now we need to first import QHBoxLayout class. So QHBoxLayout, and also because I want to add some push buttons and I want to align push buttons horizontally, so for this I want to import QPushButton class also. Now the first thing we need to create the object of our HBoxLayout. So I'm going to just say HBox and it is QHBoxLayout. After creating of the HBoxLayout, we need to create our buttons. I'm going to create 4 buttons and I want to align these buttons horizontally. So the first one is QPushButton and we need to give the text for the button. I'm going to just say click 1. We can create btn2 QPushButton and it is click 2 and btn3. So QPushButton and it is click 3. So let me just copy this, and I need to just add one more button, click 4. Now after creating of the push buttons, now it's time to add these push buttons in our HBox or horizontal box layout. So there is a function or method in HBoxLayout that's add widget. So add widget is used for adding the widgets like push button, labels, radio button, radio boxes, checkboxes in our horizontal box layout. So we can just say hbox.add widget, and we need to add our first button in here. And we are going to do the same process for the second button and also third and fourth button. I'm going to just copy one of this, and this is button 3, and also this is button 4. So now after creating of the HBoxLayout, right now if we run our application, you'll see we're not receiving any button in here, because when you want to create your layout, you need to set that layout to the main window class. So we can just say self.setLayout, and we want to set the HBoxLayout. So we want to set this HBoxLayout to our main window class like this. So now our code is completed and we are going to just run this. Now you can see that our buttons are aligned horizontally. Now you can make it like this. You can see that we have nice layout management, and you can make your window bigger. So now this was writing code. Now if you want to use Qt Designer, and how you can align your widgets using Qt Designer. So for this, I'm going to just open my terminal, and in here I'm going to just say PyQt5 Designer. And you can see now I'm going to just choose widget in here. So now the first thing we are going to just change the title, and we don't need to do anymore, but you can do a lot of stuff in here. Even you can change the icon, but I want to just change the window title, so I'm going to just give it HBoxLayout. Even we can say PyQt5 HBoxLayout. Now we need to add some buttons in here, so push button, first button, and this is our second button, this is the third, and also fourth button. So click 1, click 2, click 3, and click 4. So we need to just first select all the buttons and right click. We are going to just align this horizontally, so layout horizontally, and also we need to just add the horizontal layout in our main window. So in the window you can right click and we can just say layout horizontally. So now we can make it smaller, and you can see now this is our design. We need to just save this. I'm going to just save it. So HBoxLayout.ui. After that you need to copy your UI file in here. So let me just paste this. So now you can load this in two ways. So first way that you can convert this to Python file using PyQt5. I've already talked about this. You can just watch I think it was in second video, you can watch that. In the second way, you can just load your UI file. Now the best thing about loading an UI file is this, that you can easily change your properties. So you can change, for example, the title, you can change for example, the string, and you can do different things in the XML or .ui file. Okay, now this is my basic code for creating of the window. I have some imports. This is my UI class. It extends from QWidget, and this is my init method and also super method. And here we need to create the object of QApplication, and this is my window object, and also in here I'm going to show my window. So now for loading your .ui file, so for loading of this file, first thing we need to import UIC. So we can say from PyQt5 import UIC. After importing UIC, now in here you can load your UI file. You can simply say UIC.load UI, and in here you need to add your file name. So it is HBoxLayout.ui, and now we are going to run this. So now you can see that we are receiving our HBox layout using Qt Designer. So we have designed our layout in the designer, and after that we have loaded our UI file. So thank you guys, and if you want the source code, you can just check my website geekscoders.com, and you can get all the source code. Hello friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our 7th video in PyQt5 GUI development. In this video we are going to learn about GridLayout. Now we have saw HBoxLayout and also VBoxLayout. Now it's time to create an example of GridLayout. So Using grid layout, you can align your widgets in row and columns. So for example, if you want to align your widgets in the row, in the table of row and columns, then you can use grid layout class. Now we need to create the example. So this is my code for creating of the basic window, and this is just a simple window. Now the first thing we need, I'm going to import GridLayout, and after GridLayout I need to import QPushButton because I want to add the push buttons in the grid layout. So first we need to create the object of QGridLayout like this, and after creating the object of the grid layout, now we need to create our buttons. So this is my first button, QPushButton, and the text is click 1, btn 2, click 2. Now I'm going to just copy this because I want to add some more buttons. This is 3, click 3. btn 4, this is 4, and btn 5, this is 5. Also, let me just copy 2 more buttons in here. And this is btn 8. So now we have created our buttons, and it's time to add these buttons in the row and columns. So for this we can use grid.addWidget, and in here, so the first one is you need to add your btn, so btn 1, and after that we need to specify the row. So I want it should be in the 0 row, and after that you need to add your column, so 0. So row and column is 0. So for the first widget. For the second widget, so it's btn 2 the widget is. For the row I want 0, and for the column I want 1. And now let me just do this for another widget. So add widget btn 3. So for the row I'm going to give it 0, and for the column 2. Grid.addWidget and btn 4. This is 0 row, and also third column, or we can say the fourth because the index is 0. Now we are going to just copy and paste it in here. So now the first one, the row is 1. I change the btn to btn 5, and after that row 1, and also column 1, btn 7, row 1, and also in here we are going to just btn 8, 3, so or third. Now we have created these widgets for the grid layout. After that you need to set your layout for the main window, so self.setLayout, and it is grid layout. Now I'm going to run this. Okay, now you can see that we have our buttons in the grid layout. So now this was using codes. Now if you want to use Qt Designer, I'm going to show you that how you can do this using Qt Designer. Okay, open your terminal in the PyCharm IDE, and in here you can just try PyQt5 Designer. If you don't know about PyQt5 Designer, you can watch my previous videos on that. And we are going to use a widget and click on the create. So let me change the title to PyQt5 HBoxLayout Qt Designer. So first we are going to just add 8 push buttons in here. So let me just add it like this, and I'm going to just copy and paste once more. So you can change the text, and let me just do it like okay. Now the first thing we are going to just choose all of the push buttons, and after that you need to right click, and from the layout we are going to use layout in a grid. Now you can see that this is in a grid layout. After that, choose your main layout. Also we want to do this also in a grid, layout in a grid. Now you can see, okay, so after this you need to save this and also copy this in your working directory. Save, and you can just give it a name for this. So I'm going to just choose GridLayout.ui, so it's the user interface file. And now you need to copy your file in the PyCharm ID, so you can just paste like this. And now we need to create a new Python file for loading of this UI. I'm going to just call it load grid. Alright guys, now I have added some codes. So this is just simple code for the window. I have already talked about these codes, and I don't need to repeat it again. Now in here, the first thing we need to just from PyQt5 import UIC, and now in here you need to load your UI. Give the name of your UI, so it's GridLayout.ui. So this is this file that we have already copied, and you can see we have 8 buttons in here, and you can load this. We don't have any. Okay, also you need to give the parent to self. Now you can see that we have our grid layout using Qt Designer, so HBoxLayout Qt Designer. So thank you guys. I will add the source codes to the video description, and you can get all the source code from the video description. Hello friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our 8th video in PyQt5 GUI development. In this video we're going to talk about creating labels and also line edits in PyQt5. So basically in this example we're going to use QLineEdit, QLabel with QPush button together. So now let's start our coding. The first thing we are going to design our user interface. So for this I'm going to just open the terminal in the PyCharm ID, and I'm going to just say PyQt5 designer. So this is my designer, and I'm going to use QWidget. So now let's design our window. The first thing I need to change the title of the window, and for the title you can just change it from here. So PyQt5 QLabel and QLineEdit. So after this, the first thing we need to add a label. So you can come down and you can find the label in here in the display widget. So I'm going to change this to name, and after that we need to add a line edit. So we are going to just grab a line edit and drag it in here. So after line edit and also this label, now we need to add another label, so like this, also a QPush button. I want to make an example when a user write the name in here, and if he clicks on the button, I want to change the text of this label. So let me just add a push button in here. Let me change the title of the push button to click. Now I've already talked about layout management. Now for these two I'm going to use HBoxLayout, and also for these two we need an HBoxLayout. So layout horizontally like this, and now we are going to just make a layout for our window, and I want it should be not horizontal, sorry, I want a vertical layout for the window like this. Now let me just make it smaller. After this we need to just change the ID for these, the object name. So for the name I'm going to just give it a label name, and for this line edit I don't want to change, and for this text, for this label I want label result. And so the click is, there is no problem, it's push button. After this you need to save your this design. Let me just save this. And line edit, or we can just make the label.ui. So let me just change this, yes. So after saving you need to copy your UI file and paste it in here. Paste and paste. Now it's time to convert our this label.ui file to a Python file. Now there are two ways that you can do this. The first way is that you can just load the UI file, as we have already done in our previous lessons. The second way is that you can convert your this label.ui file to Python file. So in this lesson we want to convert this. Now you can convert using a module that's called PyQt5. Now if you see in my PyCharm ID where I have installed my Python, so it's program files Python 3.7, and in Python 3.7 we have a folder that's called scripts. Now in the scripts we have a file that's called PyQt5. So this is the file. So using this we can convert our .ui file to Python file. The first thing is that you need to copy and paste your label.ui in here. So I'm going to just paste in the script folder. Okay, now this is my label.ui, and after this we are going to just come down. You can use terminal, but I'm using PyCharm terminal. So in here we can just say open in terminal, and so this is our terminal, and you can see the path, it's Python 3.7 and scripts folder. Now we can just say PyQt5, and after that you need to write your label, your UI name that we have already copied in here. It's label.ui -o, it's output, and now you need to give the name that you want. So I want to give it my label example.py, and after that just hit enter. Okay, now we want to check our scripts folder, and you can see that we have my label example.py in here. Let me just cut this file and paste it in here. And So where is it? My label example. Now this is our file and generated file, and we have converted this. So we have our push buttons. Now let me just run this. Now you can see that we have our label. So this is the title, our label, line edit, and also this is our button. Now for adding functionality, we need to create a method. Okay, now so come down, and in here we need to just create div. I call it click btn. So now the first thing we need to get the user input from our line edit or text input. So now if you see in here, for example, when a user type in here a name, I want to get this name from this line edit. So for this we can use so we can do like this. We can just, now if you see in here, this is our line edit object name, and we can just say self dot line edit dot text. So using text method or function, you can get the user input from the line edit. Now if you print this, so let me just print name, and now I want to connect this button, this click btn method, with my push button. Where is it? It's push button, and we can just say self dot push button dot clicked. So it's a signal that's related to Q push button, and we need to connect this with the click btn. Now let me run this. Now if I write a name in here and if I click, you can see that we are receiving the output in the console. Now we want to set this output to the label that we have. So for this, now we are going to just come in here. Let me comment this. And if you see, for the label object name, it's label result. We can just say self dot label result dot set text. We can use set text, and we want to set name. Now we are going to just run this again. If I write something in here, click, now you can see. And if I click it again, you can see that we are receiving the output in the label. You can change the color of the label, and you can change the font. So now let me show you how you can do this. So in the label result, first we want to change the font. So self dot label result dot set font, and for this we need to import a class from PyQt5.qt GUI. We are going to import Q font. So first you need to give the type of the font, it's sans serif, and also the size, it's 15. So now we can see it's changed, and if I write something in here and the text has changed. Okay, now for adding color, we can just say self.labelResult.set style sheet, and we are going to just say background color, and I want it should be yellow. Now the background is yellow. I think I also can change the color of the text. Let me just, I'm not sure, but I think I should change this. So self.labelResult.set style sheet. This time I'm going to use color, and for the color I want red. Now if I run this, now you can see the text color is changed. Now thank you guys. If you want the source code of this design this file, you can just check the video description. I will add the source code in the video description. Hello friends, I'm Parvez and this is our 9th video in PyQt5 GUI development. In this video we're going to create an example of Q radio button. Now there are two ways that we are going to create radio buttons. So the first way is that we are going to use coding, and in the second way we're using Qt designer. So let's just first use create our Q radio button using coding. So this is my simple window code, and I have just this is the class window and it extends from QDialog. It's just a simple window. Okay, now first let me create a new method in here. So I'm going to just call it create, for example, radio button. We need some imports. Also we're going to talk about QGroupBox. So using QGroupBox you can group your widgets. So for example, in here we have 3 radio buttons and we want to group these radio buttons in a group box. So first we need to import QGroupBox. Also we need to add HBoxLayout, VBoxLayout, Q radio button, and okay, now so first we need to create the object of QGroupBox, and in the QGroupBox, for example, I'm going to just say what is your favorite, what is your favorite sport. After this you can set font for the group box, so self.groupbox.set font, and we are going to just use Q font, and we need to just import Q font. You can just right click and okay, let me just import it in here. So Q font, and we want to use for example sans serif. This is the type of the font and the size is 15. Now create an HBoxLayout. It is a horizontal box layout. I've already talked about this in my previous lessons. Now it's time to create your radio buttons. So I want to create so red1, or we can just say self.red1. so this is my first radio button, Q radio button. You need to give the name or title, so it's football, and also if you want it should be set checked, you can just use set checked and make it to true. So also you can set an icon for your radio button. For example, if you want an icon, we can just say self dot or first let me just show you this. We can just add this to our HBoxLayout, so hbox.add widget, and we are going to add our radio button 1, self.red1. And also we have a group box in our window, so we need to just say self.groupbox.setLayout, and we are going to add our HBoxLayout in the group box. So also we need to use a VBoxLayout. So first I'm going to just call the self.createRadioButton method in here, And now let's create our VBox layout in here. So now we can say that VBox dot add widget, and we are going to add our group box in the vertical box layout. So self dot group box. So at the end we can just say self dot set layout, and we are going to just say VBox. First let me just check the result for this. Okay, now you can see that we have a group box, and in the group box we have one radio button, and it's by default it's checked. It's football. Now you can add, for example, you can add an icon for the radio button if you want. So for this, in here we are going to just say self.rate radio button 1, and we want to set an icon for this, so we can just say set icon. So we can just say Q icon. I've already copied some icon in my working directory, so I'm going to just say football.png. So this is an PNG icon. So if you now check this, you will see that we have an icon. So you can see, but it's small. We need to just add a size to our icon. So we can just say self.red1, and we can just say set icon size and Q size. We need to import this Q size, so it is related to Qt core. So we can just say from PyQt5 Qt core import Q size, and after this, in here you need to add the size that you want. So I'm going to choose 4040, and let's just change the font size of the radio button. So we can just say set font and Q font. So you can give the type, and also you can just choose it's 13 now, or we can just say 14. Okay, now you can see we have our first radio button. Now we need two more radio button, and we are going to just copy our code, and let me just copy this. So it's radio button 2, and we want to change this to cricket. I don't want it should be checked, and radio 2, and this is cricket.png. So cricket.png, red 2, and red 2. Now let me copy this once more, and radio button 3, radio button 3, radio button 3, and I want to make it tennis. And so let me just remove this one .png. So it's tennis.png. Now, or also we need to change this. Now if I run this, you can see we have 3 radio buttons in here. Now I want to add some functionality for this radio buttons. For example, if I choose cricket, I want a label in here, and I want to change the text of the label. So there is a signal in radio buttons that's called a toggle. So you can use toggle for these kind of functionalities. The first thing we need to create a label in here. So at the top we need to create a label, because we are using this label. So cell.label q label. I haven't imported q label in here, so we can just say q label. Okay, q label. And for the text, I don't want to add any text for this. I'm going to just add self, and also self dot or even I don't need to this. Let me just add like this, and we can just say self dot label dot set font. We want to set a font for the label, so this is the size, and we want to add this in the VBoxLayout. So add widget, and we are going to add self dot label. Let's run this. Okay, now you can see we have a text in here, a label. So now we are going to just create a method for the for connecting that to the toggle signal. So we can just say diff on selected. The first thing you need to get the value from the radio button, so we can just use self.sender. By using this, you can get the value from the radio buttons. Now we are going to check if radio button dot is checked. So if it's checked, we are going to change the text of our label. So set text, and we can just say you have selected, and we are going to add radio button dot text. Now after doing this, now we need to just connect this in here, so we can just say self dot radio button 1 dot toggled dot connect, and this is self dot on selected. So first let me just try this. So you can see that you have selected football. Now we need to do the same for all of them. Also, I don't need the text of this label. I want to leave it empty. Yeah, now if I choose, you can see you have selected football. And we are going to just copy this and add this in here. So this time we want to do this for the radio button 2, and we want to do the same functionality for radio button 3. Now I can choose. You have selected cricket and tennis and also football. Now we want to do the same functionality using Qt Designer. So you can see that we have written a lot of code, but you can use Qt Designer and EasyV, and you don't need to write all of these codes. So for this, the first thing we need to open our Qt Designer. So you need to just open terminal, and in here we can just say PyQt5 Designer. So now my Qt Designer is opened. Okay, now we're going to choose dialog without button, and I'm going to just click on the create. So first we need to just change the title of this window, and from window title, so it is PyQt5 Q radio button and Q group box. So the first thing we need to add a layout in here, and we need a vertical layout in here. So I have added a vertical layout. And after adding vertical layout, now we need to add a group box in here. So let me just find the group box. Now you can see it's a container also. First we need to just change the group box title to what is your favorite sport, and now we need to add an HBox layout in here. So we can just choose horizontal layout and we can add it in here. In the HBox layout we are going to add our radio button. So this is the first one, this is the second one, and this is the third one. We need to change this. This is the football, this is cricket, and this is football, cricket, and tennis. So you can change the object name, but I'm not going to change. So these are my radio buttons. And also we're going to change the group box size, so font size, and here I'm going to just choose 14, and I want it should be bold. Okay, now you can see that this is my radio button with group box. After this I also need a label, so I need to add the label in the VBoxLayout. So we can just okay, now if you see, this is our Q dialog and we have a Q VBox in here. Now you can just add the VBox in here like this. So you can bring it in here. Okay, now also we need to just align our window vertically like this. And now this is completed. So we have football, we have cricket, we have tennis, and now we need to save this, and after saving we are going to just convert this to Python code. So I'm going to just save this, and I want to name it radio button. So radio button, save. Okay, now after that you need to copy this in your scripts folder where your PyQt5 is located, because we need to use that module for converting our .ui file into Python file. So, and here this is my Python 3.7, and from here I'm going to choose scripts, and you can see that PyQt5 is in here. I'm going to just paste my UI file in here. So paste, it is radio button.ui. And now we're going to open our terminal in the PyCharm IDE. So I'm going to just use so in here we are going to just say open in terminal. And now this is my terminal, and now we can change this. So PyQt5, after that write the name of the UI file, so it's radio button.ui. This is the output, and after that you need to give the name of the Python. So my radio button example.pyx. Now we are going to just check this. So let me just okay, now you can see we have my radio button example, and I'm going to just cut this and paste it in my working directory. So let me just open the file. It is my radio button example. Now you can see that this is the converted file, and now we can just run this. Now you can see we have football, cricket, tennis, and our text label, but we don't have our we don't have our icons. We will add. Also, you can just change this to Q dialog. So let me just say from PyQt5.qt GUI import Q dialog, not Qt GUI, sorry. Qt widgets import Q dialog. Okay, now if you want to add icons, you can do so, as we have done this in the previous part using code. Let me just copy this football.png, and you can do it in here. There is no problem. You can just add resource file and you can do it in your designer, but I like to do it in here. So in the coding it's easy. So first we're going to just find our radio buttons. So this is radio button 3 and this is radio button 1. So for the first radio button, I'm going to just add this in here, football.png, and change this to we need to import Q icon with the Q size. From PyQt5.qt GUI import Q icon, and from PyQt5.qt core import Q size. And now let me just run this. Okay, now we have icon, but it is in the tennis, and we need to just bring change. So let me just change this to the icon to tennis.png. And you can do the same for all of your radio button. For example, this is my radio button 2, and let me just do it in here. So I think it is cricket.png, and you need to just change this to radio button 2 and do the same for the radio button 3. Sorry, let me just copy this. So 3, it is football.png. So now we can see we have our football, we have our cricket, and we have our tennis. Now one important issue, now how you can connect this, add your functionalities as we have in here. So for this we are going to just do some copy paste. So the first one, we are going to just copy our this def on selected method, and let me add this in here. And after this, now we can simply connect this button, this method, with our radio buttons. So we can just say like this. So this is my, let me do it in here, dot toggled. And this is radio button 3. Now we are going to run this, and we want to check the functionality. If I choose this, you have selected football, you have selected cricket, you have selected tennis. So thank you guys. If you have any question, please let me know, and I will add source code to the video description. Hello friends, I'm Parvez and this is our 10th video in PyQt5 GUI development. So in this video we're going to learn that how you can create a checkbox in PyQt5. So now there are two ways that you can create your checkboxes. So the first way is that you can use Qt Designer, and in the second way you can use coding. So first we're going to learn that how you can design your main application using Qt Designer. So I'm going to use I have already opened my Qt Designer, so you can just in your terminal you can write PyQt5 Designer, and after opening of the Qt Designer you need to choose empty templates. So I'm going to use dialog without buttons, and you can see there are different dialogs that you can use. So I'm using dialog without buttons. After that, click on the create. So now we have created our window. The first thing we need to just change the title of the window. So you can just do it from here, and we can just use window name. Yeah, this is, and I'm going to just say PyQt5 Q check boxes. So now the first thing we need to add a vertical layout in here. I'm going to just add a vertical layout because I want to use layout management and align my widgets in different layouts. So after adding the vertical layout, now we need to add a label in here. I'm going to just come down and choose label. So after choosing the label, now we need to add a horizontal layout at the bottom. Now in the horizontal layout we are going to create a label, and also we need to add another layout in here, that's vertical layout, because I want to add my three checkboxes in the vertical layout. So first add a label, and after adding label we need to add a vertical layout. So let me just add in here. Okay, now done in the vertical layout. Now let's add our checkboxes. So this is our first checkbox, and this is the second checkbox, and this is the third checkbox. And also we need to add another label in our main VBoxLayout. So you can see in the main VBoxLayout, it's the main container for all layouts and widgets. So we need to add another label in here. So I'm going to just choose label, and from here we can just add it in here. So it's at the top, we need to bring this in at the bottom. So if we can, so let me remove this and let me just drag a label. Okay, now this is our another label. So let's now change the text and titles. So first, from the first also you need to choose your main window, and you need to add a vertical layout for this, like this. Okay, now in here I'm going to just write for example regular tuna price 20, and for the text label I'm going to just say select extra. And in the checkboxes, so I'm going to just give it pizza and give it a price, for example 3, and you need to just add some items in here. Okay, now also this is our result. So first let me just change the object name for this label result, and also we need to change these to the object names. So it is pizza, and this is Okay, let me just add a size for this. From the text we are going to just use 12 bold, or we can say 14 bold, and for the result we need to add 12 bold. And also I'm going to remove the text. Okay, now we need to save this. We are going to save this because we want to convert our this UI file into Python file. File, save, and we can just say checkbox.ui. Okay, now we need to copy our UI file in the scripts folder. So you can do it manually, but if you're using PyCharm ID, you can see this is the location of my Python is installed, and we are going to just go to Python 3.7, and from here I want to choose scripts, and because we're using PyQt5 module for converting our UI file into Python, now the PyQt5 module is located in the scripts folder. So this is in here. You can just copy your UI file in here like this, and this is my UI file. Now in here you can just open your terminal. You can just say open in terminal, and this is my terminal. Now in here we can just say PyQt5, and you need to add your UI file name, so it is checkbox.ui. This is my output. Now we need to give a name for the output. So for example, I'm going to just give it checkbox example.py. Now it's converted, and we need to just find this file. So the conversion file is in the scripts folder, so you can see checkbox example. Now we can just cut this and paste this in our working directory. So let me just paste this, and now you can see we have checkbox example. Now if I run this, okay, now you can see that this is our design, and you can make it smaller because we have used layout management, and you can see and you can select multiple items in the checkbox. Okay, now there is a signal of state changed in checkboxes that we are going to use. So I want, when we choose one of the items, or we want multiple items, we are going to change the text of the label, and we want to add to this price, to the price of tuna. So for doing this, we need to just create another method in here. I'm going to just call it diff checked item. I'm going to just create a price, main price 20, and now we're going to check that if self dot checked pizza dot is checked, so if this is the case, we are going to just say add price plus 3. So if you see design, it is 3. And after that, I'm going to just check if self dot checked salad dot is checked. We are going to add price plus 4. Now we need to do this for another one. Let me just copy this, and this is price 5. And now we need to change our label. So self dot it was label result dot set text, and we can just say total price is dot format, and we are going to add our price in here. Now we need to connect this with the 3 checkboxes. So now we need to just start from checkbox pizza, and in here we can just say self.checkbox dot state changed dot connect self dot checked item. Let me copy this. So let me just add it in here also in this section. And this is the last checkbox. Okay, now we are going to run this. Okay, now if I select pizza, you can see now the main price is 20 and it became 23. And if I choose the sausage, and you can see it became 28, and I can uncheck this, I can add another item and I can uncheck this. So like this you can work with checkboxes using Qt designer. Alright guys, now let's create another example of Qt checkboxes using coding. So for this I have already created a new Python file, and this is my just simple window code, and I'm extending from Q dialog, my geometry, title, window icon, and if I run this you can see that I have a nice simple window. Now first we need to add some items in classes. So we need HBoxLayout, we need a VBoxLayout, also we need a QLabel with QCheckbox. Now in here we need to just create a new method. I'm going to just call it div create checkbox. First we need to create a horizontal box layout, so I'm going to just call it HBoxLayout. Now we need to create our checkboxes, so check 1, and it is QCheckbox. You can just give a name for this. I'm going to just football. So self.check1 dot set icon. I'm going to also add icon for the checkbox. So now you need to add icon in here, Q icon. We also need Q font, and from PyQt5.qt core we need to import Q size. So we can say Q icon, and in here we need to add our icon. It is football.png. You can say self.check1.set icon size. So first let me just show you that how it's looking. Now in here we need to call our self.create HBox, and after this we need to just add this checkbox in our, so add a widget, and we are going to add our self.check1. So for right now I'm going to just say self.setLayout for my, or I need to just create a label in here, so label QLabel hello, and before label let me just create a VBoxLayout, QVBoxLayout, because I want to add my label in the VBox layout, and also I'm going to add this HBox with the 3 items in the VBox layout. So now we can say VBox.add widget, and I want to add my label, not lambda. Also I need to just make it self.label, and we can say VBox.add layout, and we want to add our HBox layout, and at the end we need to just set our main window layout to the VBox layout. And now let me just run this. Okay, now you can see we have our checkbox in here, and also we have our text. Also I'm going to just change this to 100 or 200. Now we can set icon size, so self.check1 dot set icon size q, or sorry, it is set icon size q size, and it should be 40 by 40, and we can set the font. So for the checkbox, set font q font, and you can just add the font in here. Okay, so now we need to check this. Okay, now it's looking better. Also let me just add this font size for the label, make it 15. So check this, change this to label. Okay, now you can see we have changed the text. So now we need 2 more checkboxes, and I'm going to just copy and paste this. Check 2, check 2, check 2, check 2. This is cricket, cricket.png, and check 2. This is check 3, check 3, check 3, and tennis.png. Okay, now if you see, we have 3 checkboxes, and you can see 3 checkboxes in here. So now we need to add some functionalities for this. Also, there is another signal for the radio buttons, for the checkboxes, sorry, that's called toggled. So in here we are going to use a toggled signal. In the previous part we have used state changed, and now we use toggled. I'm going to create a new function in here, the selected. So I'm going to just create an empty variable value. So first I'm going to check that if self.check1 is checked, we are going to just say value self dot checked1.text. So using this text, we are going to get the value or the text from the checkboxes, and we're storing that in the value variable. So we need to do the same for the 2 more checkboxes, check 2, and this is for check 3. And at the end we need to just set this value to the label. So we can in here say self.label dot set text, and you have selected value, and now we need to just connect this. self.check1.toggled connect with the self.item selected, and we need to just copy this and paste it in here. So this is for checkbox 2, and also this is for checkbox 3, and we are done. You can run this. You can see you have selected football, and so you can uncheck, and so like this you can work with Qt checkboxes. You can, if you want the source code, you can just get the source code from my website geekscoders.com. Hi guys, I'm Parvez, and this is our 11th video in PyQt5 GUI development. In this lesson we're going to learn about creating of spin box in PyQt5. So there are two types of spin box that we can use. So the first one is Q spin box. It is a simple spin box, and we have Q double spin box. So it's it takes a floating point value. Now in this video we're going to create two examples. So the first one is using coding, and in the second example we're going to use Qt Designer. So now let's get started. This is my simple code for creating of the window, and I'm extending from QDialog. These are my geometry, title, and window icon. So now first we need to add some imports. We need Q HBoxLayout, Q spin box, Q label, also Q line edit. Now in here we are going to just create spin box. So this is our method for creating of the spin box. The first thing we need to create a horizontal box layout, because we want to align our widgets horizontally. And after this we need to just create a Q label, and in the label I'm going to just say laptop price. After creating of the label, we need a line edit for the price itself. So I'm going to just call it line edit, and we need to create the object of this. After that we need to create our spin box. So it is for the number of the laptop that I want to choose, Q spin box. And now we need another line edit for the result of the price. So I'm going to just call it total result. It is a type of Q line edit. You can use it label, but I have used line edit. There is no problem. After this we need to add these widgets in our HBoxLayout. So label HBox.addWidget, self.lineEdit, and HBox.addWidget, self.spinbox, and the last one is self.totalResult. And also you need to set your main window layout, so it's HBoxLayout. Now we need to just run this. Okay, now we need to call this method, and I'm going to just say self.create spin box, and if I run this you should see okay, now you can see that this is our label line edit, this is our spin box, and this is the result of the price. So now I want, when I write for example laptop price 300, and if I change the number, I should receive the total price in here. For example, for 5 laptop, it should be the total price. So now for this, I'm going to just create another method. Div spin selected, and first I'm going to check if my if self.lineEdit.text is not 0. So now in the line edit is the place that I'm going to write the price of laptop. So if it's not 0, I'm going to just say price, and I want to get the price from my line edit. So you can use .text to get the price, and also you need to convert this to int. And now we're going to just create total price, and this time we need to get the value from the spin box. So you can use .value for getting the spin box, and we want to multiply this with the price. And after that we need to just set this total price to the total result. So total result dot set text, and we are going to just say total price, and we need to convert this to string. And you can add in the else case. For example, we can just say else we can just print wrong value. Okay, now we have created this method. Now we need to connect this with the value changed signal of spin box. So there is a signal for the spin box at name of value changed. So we can just say self dot spin box dot value changed dot connect, and this is self dot spin selected. And now if I run this, okay, now you can see if I write, for example, the price 200, and now you can see for one laptop it's 200, for two it's 400, and like this 800 and 1000, like this. Alright guys, now we're going to create our spin box using Qt Designer. So in the second example, I'm using Qt spin box. So this is my Qt Designer I've already opened. So in here I'm going to use dialog without buttons, and after that click on the create. Now in here, the first thing I'm going to just add a horizontal layout like this. Let me just add it in here. And in the horizontal layout, we need to first add a label like this, and after adding label, we need to add Q line edit. So it should be okay. Now this is line edit, and okay, now after that we need to add a double spin box, and the last one is also line edit. Okay, now let me change this to, for example, sugar price, and change the let me change the first line edit to line edit price, and this is double spin box. I'm not going to change this, and also this one is line edit total. And also let me make the layout vertically. So sugar price. So now you need to save this, and I'm going to just save this, and I want to call it double spin.ui. After saving, you need to just copy this file and paste this file in your working directory. So I'm going to just paste it in here. Now this is my spin box. So you can see that I have already this time I'm not going to convert my UI file into Python file. I want to directly load the .ui file. The first thing I have imported, these are my imports for creating of the window, and I have imported UIC because I'm going to use UIC module for loading of the UI file. So we can just say UIC dot load UI, and in here you need to just give the name of the UI file. So it's doublespin.ui, and just simple, we need to run this. Okay, now you can see that this is double spin box, and we have our UI file in here. Now we need to find the childs in here. So for example, we have the line edits and also the double spin box. Finding child, finding. Okay, now the first thing we can use find child for this. So first I'm going to find the line price, and if you see your UI file, let me just bring it in here. So you can see for the first line edit, it's line edit price. Now I need to find this. You can just say self.find child, and it is a type of QLine edit, so we need to import this, and this is the name. Now I need to add a QLine edit and also a Q double spin box. So the second one is the double spin box, so we can just say self dot double spin find child, and its type of Q double spin box. We need to just get the name. Also the last one is line result. It's also a QLine edit. Find child, it is QLine edit, and we need to just copy this line edit total. Alright, now we need to connect the add functionality to this. So for this I'm going to just copy the code for the method of diff spin selected. I want to copy this and paste it in here. Okay, now the first one is line price. Let me change this, and line price, so it is a double spin box, and here we are going to get the value from the double spin box, and this is line result. And the last thing you need to just connect this. So self dot double spin dot value changed dot connect, and it is self dot spin selected. Now we are going to run this. So if I write the price, for example 3, and you can see for the 1 3 like this 9, and if I change this, for example 350, you can see 330, and you can see. So like this you can work with Qdouble spin box and also spin box. If you want the source code, you can just check the video description, and you can get all source codes from my website geekscoders.com. Hello friends, I'm Parvez and this is our 12th video in PyQt5 GUI development. So in this video we're going to talk about QLCD numbers. So the QLCD number widget displays a number with LCD-like digits. It can display a number in just about any size. It can display decimal, hexadecimal, octal, or binary numbers. And also it's easy to connect to data sources using the display slot, which is overloaded to take any of the 5 argument types. So now we're going to create 3 examples for the QLCD number. So the first one is we're basically printing our system time. The second one is that we are going to create a simple random generator application. And in the third example, we're going to use Qt Designer, and we do some coding and designing in Qt Designer. So now I have already created my simple window code, and this is just a simple window. We have a class window that extends from QDialog, and this is my window requirements like title, geometry, and icon. And so now if I run this, you can see that it's just a simple window. Now we are going to start our coding. The first thing I'm going to just create a new method. I want to call it if LCD number. So first we need to create a VBoxLayout. So VBox. Okay, now before this we need to import VBoxLayout and also QLCD number. So it's the class that is used for creating of LCD number. Now in here we can just say VBoxLayout. After creating of the VBoxLayout, now we need to create the object of our LCD number. So I'm going to just call it QLCD number, and after doing this we need to add our this LCD number to the VBoxLayout. So LCD, like this. Okay, so now because I'm going to print system time, I need to create the object of QTime. So for this we need to import, so it's a class from PyQt5.qt core, import QTime, and we can just say time QTime, QTime.current time, and now we are going to just create a text because we want to convert this time to string, so to string, and we can just give the format. And now we need to display this text into LCD number. So we can just say LCD dot display, not disconnect. So display, and we are going to add text in here. So now at the end you need to just set the layout for your main window. So we can say self.set layout to the VBoxLayout. And now at the top we need to create a QTimer. So also we need to import QTimer in here. So timer, QTimer. Now we need to connect the timer timeout signal with the LCD number slot or method that we have created. So we can just say timeout and dot connect self.lcd number. And also you need to start the timer, so we can just say timer.start, and you need to give the time, so it's in millisecond, so I'm going to give it 1000 millisecond, and at the end we need to call our or even we don't need to call the method, I think. So let me just first run this, that I'm receiving the oh no. So in here we need to just call our self.lcd number method. Now you can see that this is our timer and this is my system time that I have created this in the QLCD number. Also you can add some style sheets and design to the LCD number. So you can come down and where you have created your LCD, and here you can just say LCD dot set style sheet, and we can give a background, and I'm going to give a red color. So now let me run this, and now you can see that this is our system time using QLCD number. Alright guys, now we're going to create our second simple application using QLCD number. So in this example, we are going to create a simple number random generator. So now I've already created my window code, and you can see I have just this is my VBoxLayout. I need a QLCD number. Also I need Q push button in this example, so Q push button. Okay, now we need to create our example. So first create the object of VBoxLayout, and after this we need to create the object of our LCD number. So we can just say self.lcd QLCD number. And after doing this, also we can give a style sheet for the background color. Now I want to add this, so I can say just self.lcd dot set style sheet, and I can say background color, and it should be a yellow color. And also you need to add this LCD widget in the VBoxLayout. So VBox.add widget, and we want to add self.lcd. Now it's time to create our button. So right now we don't have anything in here, and we need to create a button. So self.button, or we can just say button Q push button, and I'm going to just call it create random number, and we can set style sheet for the button, and I want the background color of the button, it should be yellow, and so let me just give another color for this, for example green. Also I want to set the font size for the button, so set font Q font, and we need to import this Q font. So we can simply hit Alt Enter, and you can see we have some imports in here, and so let me choose this, and you can see that Q font is imported in here. So this is the type of the font and also size of the font, and add this font add this button to your VBoxLayout. And also at the end we need to create our layout in here, so self dot set layout, and we want to set the layout to the VBoxLayout. Now I'm going to just call I want to just run this. So now you can see that this is our random generator application, and right now you can see that it's not creating numbers. So for this I want to create a new method in here because I want to connect this method with the clicked signal of the push button. So I'm going to just say diff rand generator, and the first thing we need to import random class. So I can say from random import rand int. So now in here, the first thing I'm going to just create a random number. So I want the random number between 1 and 300. So 1 and 300, so not 3000. So after this I need to now set this random number to my LCD number. So I can just say self.lcd.display, and I want to set my random. And now we have created our method, and it's time to connect this method with the clicked signal of the Q push button. Now in the button we can just say button dot clicked dot connect, and we want the rand generator method, so like this. And now I'm going to run this. Okay, now let me just click on the button. So now you can see I'm receiving random number in here like this. Okay guys, now we're going to create our third example. We want to create this random generator example using Qt Designer. So now let's create this. I've already opened my Qt Designer, and this is my Qt Designer. You can just write PyQt5 Designer in your terminal. Now in here I'm going to use dialog without buttons and click on create. So the first thing I need, I'm going to just create a push button in here. Also I need a LCD number. Or before this, I'm going to add a vertical layout in here. In the vertical layout, I need to add a LCD number, and also I need to add a Q push button. So change this to random generator, random number generator. So now we need to give some design for this. So there are different ways that you can give design. So the first way is you can just right click on the widget itself, for example QLCD number, and you can do individually. You can add your designs in here. Now also you can add a general design, so you can just right click on the window and we can just say change style sheets. Now the first one is we want to target QLCD number, so QLCD number, and for the QLCD number I want to just give it background color. For example, you can choose a color from here, this color, and apply. So after this we want to target the Q push button, so Q push button, background color, and for the push button I want to give it, for example, yellow. Apply. Also I'm going to change the size of this the text size of the button, so we can just go to font, and from here you can choose the size what you want, for example 14. or it's the general size. I think you need to choose the widget, and from here 14 bold. Okay, also right click in here and we want to make layout vertically for the window. So now we need to save this. Also you can give a title. If you want, you can just go to window title in here. I want to give it random generator application and just save this. I want to name it, for example, random random.ui. Now we need to convert our .ui file to Python file. Now for this purpose we need PyQt5 module. PyQt5 module is located in the scripts folder of your Python installation. So you need to copy your UI file, and if you're in PyCharm you can just find it in here. And if you're not in PyCharm you can add your UI file directly to the scripts folder of your Python installation. So this is the installation of my Python, and if you see Python 3.7, and in here we have scripts folder, and in here you need to paste your UI file. And if you come down in here we have PyQt5, and you can see that this is the module. Now we need to open our terminal, so I'm going to just use directly the terminal in the PyCharm, so I can just say open in terminal, and this is my terminal, and I'm going to just say PyQt5, and after that you need to add the name of your UI file. This is the output. After that you need to give the output name. For example, I'm going to just give it qlcd3.py. Okay, now it's converted, and now if we check our scripts folder, I should see qlcd3 in here. You can see .py, and now you need to just cut this and paste it in the where you want to work, and this is let me just find this qlcd3. Now this is our file that we have converted, and you can see that this is the color that we have given. And if I run this, so now you can see this is our simple application. Right now there is no functionality for this. Now we need to copy some codes from our previous example. I'm going to just copy this method, and I want to add this in here. Also I need to import this front end, and we need to connect this with the button. And now in the push button we can add this, so like this, and this is self.push button. And now I'm going to run this again. So we have an error, rand generator. Oh, because this we need to change this. So I think what's the name of the so it's LCD number, and we need to just add this in here. Now you can see that we have created our random generator application using Qt Designer. So if you want the source code, you can just check my blog or my website geekscoders.com, and you can get all the source code and video trainings from there. Hi friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our 13th video in PyQt5 GUI development. So in this video we're going to learn that how you can create Q calendar widget in PyQt5. So for this we are using Q calendar widget class. Now we're going to create calendars in two ways. So the first way is that we're going to use Qt Designer, and we want to design our calendar using Qt Designer, and we will interact this with the Python code. And the second way, we will use completely coding. Now I have opened my Qt Designer, and I'm going to create a new template in here. So it's dialog without windows, and I'm going to dialog without buttons, and I'm going to just click on create. So the first thing in here we need to add a vertical layout. So I should make it bigger. In the vertical layout we need to add first we need to add a Q LCD or Q calendar. Yeah, it's in calendar widget, and we need to add it in here. And also we need to add a label. Also I'm going to choose my window and make it layout vertically. So this is the label. Okay, now we need to add some designs for our calendar. So first let me just change this label. I want to give a size for this, and for example I want it should be 14 bold. Also I'm going to add a style sheet for this, so change style sheet. It is Q label, and I'm going to just give it a color, add color, apply. Okay, and now it's time to give some design for the calendar widget. So we need to just click right click and change style sheet. So first I'm going to just use my Q calendar widget, and I want to target the tool button. It means the top of the this calendar. So I'm going to just say Q tool button. So I'm going to give height. So for the height I want to give it 40 pixel. Width, so for the width I want to give it 150 pixel. The text color should be white, and the font size is 20, so 20 pixel. Also this icon size, so these are the two icons that we have, so icon size should be 56 pixel and 56 pixel. Also we need to just give a background color for this, and I want to choose it black. Apply. Now you can see that we have for the Q tool button, and we have changed this section. Now we need to add some more design. So first now we need to do the give design for this header row. So it is for these in this section, and I can say Q, let me just copy this, calendar widget, and for this we can just say calendar widget, and we can say widget, and we can just say alternate background color. For this we can give an RGB color, RGB 128, 128 and 128. Apply. Now you can see that it's changed. Now for these number of days also we can change this. Let me just change this for the normal days, and I'm going to just calendar widget and abstract item view and make it enabled. Font size 80 pixel. Color is RGB, and you need to add a RGB color in here, 180. Also we can add a background color, so background color, and I want a black background color. Now selection, for the selection of the date, for that I want to use green color, so selection background color, and this is an RGB color, 64, 64 and 64. Also for the selection text, so it's selection color, I want an RGB color, 0, 255 and 0. Now we can apply this. So now you can see that it's changed, and okay. So now this is our design. Let me also change the title to dialog, and I need to change the title of this window. And window title, so PyQt5 calendar. Okay, now we need to save this, and after that we need to load this. So save, and I'm going to just call it calendar. Okay, now copy the UI file and paste it in here. This time we're going to load this. We're not going to convert this to Python. You can do, but in this video I want to load my UI file, so I'm going to just copy this in here, and after that I'm going to just create a new Python file, and I want to call it load calendar. Now okay, now this is my code for the loading, and I'm going to just import from PyQt5 import UIC. We are using UIC module for the loading, and in here you can just say UIC.load UI, and in here you need to add your UI name, so calendar.ui and self. Okay, now you can see that this is our calendar, and you can choose any month from here or any date like this. So now we want to find the widgets in here, and we want to add some signal and slot mechanism for this simple application. For this, first we need to find the widgets in our .ui file. If you see our .ui file, for every widgets we have a name. For example, if you see for the calendar widget, we have a name of calendar widget, and the same we have for the label. Now we need to find these and we need to add our functionality. Finding widgets, and we need to add also change this to, okay, this was yeah, this is load calendar, and in here we need to find the widget. So find the widget. So first we need to import QCalendar widget and also QLabel. So self.calendar, and it is self.findChild. It is a type of QCalendar widget, and the name is calendar widget. And the same for the label, we want to self.findChild, and it is type of QLabel, and the name of the label is, if you come down, we can find the name of the label. Okay, now after this we need to create our method in here for selection of the date and time, and setting that to the label. So we can just say div calendar date, and in here the first thing we need to just say that selected cell.calendar.selected date, and after that we need to convert this to string, so we can just say date selected dot to py date, and also we need to convert this to string. And now we can set this to the label, so self.label.setText, and we can say date is date and string. And after this we need to connect this with the selection changed signal of the calendar, so we can say self.calendar.selection changed dot connect, and we can say self.calendar date. And now we need to run this. Okay, now if I choose a date, you can see this is the date, and this is the date. Alright guys, now we want to do the same, create the calendar using our coding. So for this I have already created my Python code, and this is just a simple window code, and if I run this you can see that I have just a simple window. Now the first thing I need to import a VBoxLayout. Also we need to import QCalendar widget with the QLabel. So after this, the first thing you need to create a VBoxLayout, and we can create the object of QCalendar widget, and also you can set the grid for the calendar, so dot set grid visible. So by default it's false, so we need to just make it true. And also we need to create our label, and you can set font for the label. Set font. I need to import Q font. And you can give the family or the type of the font, and also the size of the font. We can set a style sheet, so self.label.set style sheet, and the color is red. And now add these widgets to the VBoxLayout. So first one is self.calendar, and the second one is VBox.addWidget self.label. And also at the end you need to just set your layout, so self.set layout to the VBoxLayout. Okay, now let me just run this. Now you can see that we have our calendar, but we don't have our label. We don't have, because we haven't set any text for this. For example, let me just add hello. So this is the label, but the font is not changed because we have forgot to add a label in here. So label. Now you can see this is our label. So now I'm going to copy this this calendar method from here and paste this in here. And now we can connect this with the selection changed signal of the calendar. So now we need to run this, and now you can see this is the date, this is the date, this is the date. So thank you guys. If you want the source code, you can just check the video description, or you can check my website geekscholars.com, and you can get all the source codes. Hello friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our 14th video in PyQt5 GUI development. In this video we're going to learn that how you can create table widgets in PyQt5 using Qt Designer and also using coding. So now let's first create using Qt Designer. I have already opened my Qt Designer, so you can just write PyQt5 Designer in your terminal and you can open Qt Designer. Now in here I'm going to choose widget, and I want to create a new application. So after this, from here you can change the title whatever you want. For example, and for the window title I want to just write PyQt5 table widget. Okay, now after doing this, from the widgets, so first I'm going to just add, you can add any layout that you want. I'm going to use vertical layout, and from here you can see that we have a table widget in here, and we are going to drag and drop the table widget in this section. And also you can choose the main layout for the window, so vertically. Okay, now this is our table, and this is right now a table widget. Right now we don't have any item in here, so you can just right click and after that click on the edit items. So you can see that we have row, columns, items. Now first we need to add some columns in here, so I'm going to just add name, and you can see that we have one column in here. Now we need to just add some more columns, for example email. After that I'm going to just add phone and also address. Now you can see that these are our columns. We have 4 columns in here. Now we need to add items for this. You can just right click on the edit items and from here we can give row 1, and in here we need to add item for the first row. For example, name whatever name you can give, and you can give the title, the email, so like this, and also phone number you can give, and also you can give an address. So this is address. So now you can see that we have our first row in here and first item. So now let's for example we can set some properties for this. Now if you click on the properties, you can see that there are different properties for these columns. For example, you can change the font if you want. So right now it's smaller. You can just make it, for example, 12 bold. Now you can see it's bold, and you can do the same for all your items. And so 14 or 12, it was bold, and we need to do this for the phone, 12 bold, and also for the address. Okay, now let's add some more items in here. We can just click on row, and you need to click on this. So this is our second row, and in here you can add your second row, and for example John Doe, and also this is the email address, and you can give just a phone number, and this is address and second item. Now let's do this once more. Row, I want to add another row, so it's third row, and for the items I want to give it, for example, new name, and we can give for example you can give it new at gmail.com and new address. So like this you can create different row and columns in the table widget. Also you can set colors and also properties for this. So you can do for individual items also. So if I choose row, if I can do this for the complete row, for example, you can add text alignment, and if I change the foreground, not background, so no, it's not working. Properties, so now you can edit items, and for example, if you want to change this, you can just do properties, and from here, for example, I want to change the color, you can choose foreground, and from here you can choose whatever color you want. So now you can see it's changed. Also you can change the style sheet of the the table widget, and you can just we need to just say Q table widget, and from here we can say background color, and I want for the background color yellow. So now you can see that this is the background color. So like this you can work. Now you can save this. I want to save this, and I want to interact this with the Python. So you can save this, and I'm going to just call it, for example, tablewidget.ui. Okay, now you need to copy your UI file and paste that in your scripts folder. So because we want to convert our UI file into .py file, so now for this we are using PyYUIC module, and PyYUIC module is located in the scripts folder. So we can just click on the scripts folder, and if you see in here we have a PyYUIC5 module. Now in here I'm going to just paste this. You can see that this is my .ui file, and from here we can open the terminal. So you can right click on the PyYUIC5, open in terminal, and this is my terminal. Now in here we can say PyYUIC5. You can give the name of your table widget, it's table widget.ui, and after that we can just give the name of our so table widget example.py. No file. We have misspelling in here, so we can just change this to so I think it's like this, yeah. Okay, now it's converted, and now if you see your scripts folder, yeah, you can see we have table widget example. Now let me cut this and paste it in my where I have my Python files. And table widget example. Now this is the converted file, and we have all our background colors, and now now you can see that this is our table widget. Okay, for right now we have used Qt Designer. Now how you can create a Q table widget using coding, and we want to do all designs using coding. A new Python file, and this is just some basic codes for window creation. I'm extending from Q widget, and these are my geometry, title, and window icon. Now if I run this, you can see that this is a simple window that we have. For this I need some imports. First I'm going to just import Q VBoxLayout. Also I need Q table widget item and Q table widget. Now we can say div create a table. The first thing we need to create a VBoxLayout in here, Q VBoxLayout, and also we are going to create a table widget. So table widget and Q table widget. So this is the object of Q table widget. After that you need to set the row and also column count for the table widget. So we can say set row count, and for the row count I'm going to give it 3 table widget dot column count. So set column count, and 3. So after doing this, now we need to add items in the table widget. So first I'm going to just say vbox.add widget, not add layout, add widget, and we are going to add our table widget. Now for adding items we need to use Q table widget item class. So we can say table widget dot set item, and in here you need to specify the row and also column. So first row and first column I want to add an item. So the item is name. And so let me just set the main layout self dot set layout, and it is the VBoxLayout. If I run this, first of all we need to call our this create tables method, self dot create tables. Now I'm going to run this. Okay, now you can see that we have our name in here, and we need to do the same for, let me just copy this, and for the in the column 1 we want to add email, and in the column 2 we want to add phone, and in the column 3 or we just need this 3 column. Now if I run this, because we have specified 3, now we can see we have name, we have email, and we have phone. Now we need to add items in here, and for that we can just say in here adding items. So table widget dot set item. Now in the first row and also 0 column, we want to table widget item, we want to add a name. And now we need to just copy this because we want to do the same. So in here I'm going to change this to first column, and this is email address, so john@gmail.com, and also this is the second, and you can add a number in here. Now let's run this. Now we can see that this is our first item in here that we have added. You can do for more. Let me just copy all of them, and now you can just change this to 2 and 2 1 and 2 2. You can add another, so let me just make this like this, and for this John, and you can give a email address, number, phone number. So now we can see that we have another item in our table widget. So like this you can work with the table widget. If you have any question, please let me know, and if you want the source codes, you can just check the video description. Hi friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our 15th video in PyQt5 GUI development. In this video we're going to learn about creating message boxes in PyQt5. So for creating of the message boxes, we can use QMessageBox class. Now there are different types of message boxes that you can use in PyQt5. We have a warning message box, about message box, information message box, and multi-choice message box, and different message boxes that we are going to create. So now this is my basically this is just a window code and that I've already created, and you can see if I run this, you can I have just a simple window with a nice title and also icon. Now first we need to import HBoxLayout, QMessageBox, and also QPushButton. So first we need to create a method in here, and I'm going to just call it diff create message box. First we need to create an HBoxLayout because we want to align our widgets horizontally. After this we need 4 push buttons, so btn1 q push button, and it is warning, btn2 q push button, it is information btn3 q push button. This is about, and also we have btn4, the last btn, it is q push button and yes, no, or we can say multi-choice message box. So now we need to add these push buttons in our HBox layout, so we can say HBox.add widget. We can say btn1 and HBox.add widget, btn2 and HBox.add widget, btn3, HBox.add widget, btn4. And also at the end you need to just set layout, so self.set layout to the HBox layout. Okay, now because we need to call this method in here, and we can just say self.create message box. Alright guys, now this is our message, our push buttons. Now we need to create our message boxes. So the first one is warning message, so we are going to just say warning message, and we can say q message box dot warning. So the parent is self, and this is the title. We are going to give it a warning, and we can say this is a warning message box. So now we need to connect this with the clicked signal of the q push button. So in here we can just say btn1 dot clicked dot connect, and it is self dot warning message. Now if I click on this, you can see that we have warning message box with nice icon, title, and also the text. Okay, now let's do this for the info message box. So div info message, and we can say q message box dot information. The parent is self, the title is about, information. So information, and the text is, we can give this as information message. And let me just create the div about, and we need to copy this and paste it in here. So this time it's about message. Now let's connect this with the buttons. btn2 dot clicked dot connect self dot about message box. So in here we are going to connect the about message box method or slot with the clicked signal of the q push button using connect method, and we are going to just copy this. This time we want for the, so the first, I think, so it's not about, it's info. Okay, now we are going to run this. So this is warning, this is information, we have yeah, we need to change this to btn3. So information and about. Now let's create about, let's do this with the multi-choice message boxes. Now for this, the first thing I need to create a label. So first I need to import VBoxLayout in here, and also QLabel. So now the first thing I need, because I'm using an HBoxLayout and these buttons are aligned horizontally, now I need a VBoxLayout, and I want to add this HBoxLayout in the VBoxLayout. Also I want to add my label in the VBoxLayout. So VBox, and we can just say VBoxLayout. We can create a label, self.label, QLabel, and this is, for example, text. We can just set the font, self.label.setFont, QFont, and you can press Alt Enter in the keyboard, and you can see it. We are importing from PyQt5.qt GUI, and you can give the family of the font and with the size of the font. You need to just add this label to the VBox widget. So self.label. Now after this, we need to also add the HBoxLayout in the VBoxLayout. So VBox. So first, let me just do it at the top. So VBox.add widget, and this is HBoxLayout. And at the end, you need to set the main layout to the VBoxLayout, not HBoxLayout. So guys, we have error. It's because for the layout, when you want to add layout to another layout, you need to use add layout, not add widget. Okay, so now these are my message boxes, and this is my button, and right now we are working on yes, no, or multi-choice message box. So now we need to create another method in here. I'm going to just call it def multi-choice message. So the first thing you need to create the object of question message box. So it's a question message box, like yes, no question. So we can say message qMessageBox dot question, and the parent is self. Also you can give a title, so choice message, and we need to give a text. So do you like Python? And now we need to add the buttons for this. So qMessageBox dot yes, or qMessageBox dot no. Now we are going to check. So if our message is qMessageBox dot yes, we want to change the text label, and we can just say self.label.setText, and I want to say yes, I like Python. And in the else case, I'm going to just change this to self. If it was no, I want to set text to no, I don't like Python. Okay, now we have created our multi-choice message method, and now it's time to connect this with the clicked signal. So in the btn4, we can just say btn4 dot click the dot connect, and it is self dot multi-choice message. Okay, now if I click on yes, you can see that do you like Python, and we have two buttons in here, yes or no. If I click on yes, you can see yes, I like Python. And if I click on no, no, I don't like Python. So like this, you can work with the message boxes in PyQt5. If you want the source code, you can just check the video description. Hello friends, I'm Parvez and this is our 15th video in PyQt5 GUI development. In this video we're going to create an example of QColor dialog and also QFont dialog in PyQt5. So the QColor dialog is used for changing the color of the, for example, if you have a text edit and you have some texts in the text edit and you want to change the color, then you can use the QColor dialog. And QFont dialog is used for changing the font of a text. Now this is my Qt designer and I'm going to create a simple design. So basically a text edit with two Q push buttons, and let me just click on create. So I'm using Q widget, and in here the first thing I need, I'm going to add so you can add anything you want, but I want to add a vertical layout. Okay, now after this I need to just add a horizontal layout in here. In the vertical layout we need to add a Q text edit, so text edit. And in the horizontal layout we need to add two Q push button, one for color dialog and the second one is for the font dialog. So this is my first button and this is my second button. Change the title of first one to, for example, color dialog, or we can say change color, and this is for changing the font. Also we need to change the object name. So the first one is Q push button color, and the second one is push button font. And also you need to choose your main window and make the layout vertically. So now we have a nice layout. After this you need to save this, and I'm going to just save this, and you can call it whatever you want. For example, I'm going to call it color d.ui. Now we want to convert our UI file to Python file, so I'm going to just open my I'm going to open the installation of my Python. And from here you need to find scripts folder. This is the scripts folder, and in here you need to copy the UI file because we are using PyQt5 module for converting the .ui file to Python file. Now in here you can see that this is PyQt5 and this is our UI file, and we can just open our terminal in here. So open in terminal, and this is our terminal. So you can see it's the location is a scripts folder. Now in here you can just say PyQt5, give the name of your UI file, and after that you can just give it, for example, color dialog.py, so it's the output, and hit enter. And now if you see the scripts folder, you will see that it's converted, and you can see color dialog.py, and we can cut this and bring this in my working directory and paste it in here, and we can find this color dialog.py. Okay, now this is our converted file, and let me just run this. So you can see we have a text edit, and also we have two buttons. Now we need to first create for the change color. So first we need to import from PyQt5.qt widgets. We want to import QColor dialog and also QFont dialog. So now let's create our method in here. I'm going to just call it color dialog. So first we need to get the color from the QColor dialog. So dot get color, and after that we can set the color to the text edit. So self dot text edit dot set color, set text color, and we want to add color in here. Okay, now so let me just okay, now we have our color dialog. It's time to connect this with the push button color. So we can just say self dot push button color dot clicked dot connect, and we want to connect the color dialog. Okay, now if I write something, for example, so I'm writing in wrong place, so let me run this again. Okay, now I'm going to write hello world, how are you, and we can change the color from here. You can see we have a nice color dialog, and now you can see the color is changed. So now let's just create the font dialog also. The font dialog, and we can just create font. Okay, so the first thing we need to get the font. So get font, and after that we're going to check if okay. We want to set self.textedit.set font, and we want to add the font in here. And now we need to connect this with the button, so with the push button font, self.push button font dot clicked dot connect, and it is self dot font dialog. Okay, now if I write hello world, change font, bold, and you can see the font is changed, and also you can change the color like this. So thank you guys. If you want the source code, you can just check the video description, or you can check my blog geekscoders.com, and you can get the source code. Hi friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our 17th video in PyQt5 GUI development. In this lesson, we're going to learn that how you can use QPrinter class and also QPrintPreview classes. So now let's get started. I'm going to open my Qt designer. So I'm going to just say PyQt5 designer, and now after opening of the Qt designer, okay, now this is my Qt designer. After this, I'm going to choose widget, and I'm going to click on the create button. So this is my window. The first thing I need, I'm going to add a vertical layout in here, and in the vertical layout I'm going to add a text edit. Also, I'm going to add a horizontal layout in here, and in the horizontal layout I want two push buttons. So this is my first push button and this is my second push button. So this is I'm going to just say print file and also print preview, and I'm going to right click on the window and I want to choose layout vertically. So now this is my window. After this we need to save this. I'm going to just save this and I want to call it print.ui, print.d.ui. So after saving the file, you need to copy the file and bring the file, paste the file in the scripts folder. So now scripts folder is located in your Python installation, and after that you can go to the scripts folder, because in here we are using PyYUIC module. So we are using this this is used for converting UI file into Python file. So I'm going to paste my file in here, my UI file. So this is my UI file, and after that I'm going to open the terminal in here. So right click and I'm going to just choose open in terminal, and now this is my terminal and you can see the location is the scripts folder. And now I'm going to just say PyYUIC5, and you need to give the name of your UI file. And so for the output I'm going to just say print dialog.py. Okay, now it's converted, and if we see in our scripts folder, it should be in here. Yeah, we can see print dialog.py, and I want to cut this and bring this in this folder. So now it's in print dialog. Okay, now this is the converted file, and you can see created by PyQt5 UI code generator, and this is the latest version of PyQt5. Now these are the files. Let me just show you like this. You can change this object if you want. So let me just change this from PyQt5.qtWidgets import qwidget, because we're using qwidget. And now if I run this, okay, now you can see that we have a text edit with two buttons, print file and print preview. So now first I'm going to work on the print file. So for this, the first thing we need to import from PyQt5.qprint support, we need to import qprinter, and also we need to import qprint dialog. So after this I'm going to just create a method in here. So I'm going to just say def print file, and in here first you need to create the object of your printer. So printer qprinter, and we are going to use qprinter dot high resolution, and so you can see that there are different page formats, and we are going to use high resolution. And now we need to create the object of our qprint dialog. So we can just say qprint dialog, and we need to add our printer in here and also the parent itself. Now we are going to check if so it should be dialog. So if dialog dot execute is qprint dialog dot accepted, we are going to print our text from the text edit. So we can just say self.textedit.print, and we are going to add the printer in here. Now we need to connect this with the push button. So in here you can see we have I haven't changed the ID for this push buttons. Now I don't know which one is related to print, and now let me just check this for the print file. So it's push button. Now this is related to the this button, and I'm going to just say self.pushbutton.click the dot connect, and our method name is self.print file. Now we are going to run this. So now you can write something and you can just click on the print file. You can see that we have a nice print dialog, and you can print from here. So right now I don't have any printer installed, but you can add pages and you can add number of copies and click on print. So now this was our we have error in here. Let me just run this again. Okay guys, now the problem is in here. It is accepted and I have misspelled this, and now if I run this and if I print file and if I close this, and there's no problem. So this was for printing the file. Now if you want to add a print preview dialog, so how we can do this? Now for this the first thing you need to import QPrint preview dialog, and after this in here we need to create our method. So the first method is our div print preview, and we are going to pass printer in here. So this is just for print previewing our text from the text edit. So we can just say self.textedit.print, and we want to add the printer in here. So now we are going to create another method for populating the dialog of print preview. So for this we are going to just say print preview dialog. The first thing you need to create the object of QPrinter, and we are going to just use QPrinter.highResolution. And now we're going to create our preview dialog in here, and we can just say QPrint preview dialog. In here you need to pass your printer and also self. And now we can say preview dialog dot paint requested dot connect, and we are going to connect this with the print preview that we have already created in here. So with this method, so we can say self dot print preview. So after adding this at the end, you need to just execute this. So we can say preview dialog dot execute, and now we need to connect this with the push button that we have. So let me just find. So it's the push button 2, and we can say self dot push button 2 dot clicked dot connect, and we want to connect the print preview dialog. So print preview dialog, and now I'm going to run this. So if I write something in here, for example, welcome to, and now if I click on the print preview, so you can see we have our print preview in here, a nice dialog, and you can see, and also you can print the file. So like this you can work with the QPrinter class. If you have any question, please let me know. And if you want the source code, you can just check my website geekscoders.com, and you can get the source codes from there. Hello friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our 18th video in PyQt5 GUI development. In this video we're going to learn that how you can create QList widgets using Qt Designer and also using coding. So first we're going to create our QList widget class using Qt Designer. So I have already opened my Qt Designer. I'm going to just click, I have chosen widget, and I'm going to click on create. So this is my simple window. Now the first thing I need, I'm going to add a vertical layout in here, and in the vertical layout I want to add a QList widget. So you can find the list widget in here, so list widget. Also I need to add a label in here, so let me just add it, and right click on the window and choose layout vertically. So now in here you can add some items for the list widget using Qt Designer. So first I'm going to add a style for this. I'm going to change the text size to 14 bold, and I can add also a style sheet for this. We can just target the Q label, and we can say color, whatever color you want, for example red, like this. Now I'm going to remove this the text label, because I don't need this text in here. I want just an empty label. Okay, now in the list widget, now we need to add items. So in here you can add item. You can just right click and edit items, and after that click on this. So we want to add Python, Java, C++, C#, let me just add JavaScript also with the Kotlin, now I'm going to click on the OK. So now these are the items that we have added. So it's based on index. It is 0 index, first, second, third, fourth and fifth indexes. Now also you can add color, for example if you want to change the color. So I'm going to right click, so right click on edit items, and from here I'm going to add colors. Oh sorry, not from here, from change style sheet. So in here I can add colors. I'm going to target QList widget, and from here I want to add font for my all these widgets. So let me first remove this font, and I can just click on the font, 14 bold. Now the font is added, apply. You can see these are the fonts are changed. Also I want to add a background color, so background color, and for example you can add a color. So or let me just remove this RGB, add another color, so this color. Okay, now we need to save this, save our this UI file, save, and I'm going to just call it list widget, and save it. Okay, after saving, we need to copy the file and paste this in the scripts folder, because we want to convert our this UI file to Python file, and the location of the scripts folder is in your Python installation. So if you're in PyCharm.id, you can directly find your Python installation, and after that you can just find Python 3.7 scripts and you can paste this in here. It's because we are using PyUIC module for converting of our .ui file to Python file. And after this, you need to right click on PyUIC module, and we need to open in terminal. And this is my terminal. Now in here I can just say PyUIC5 and the name of the UI file, so it's listWidget.ui, and we can just give listWidget.py. Now it's converted, and we need to copy the file, and if you see in the scripts folder we have a listWidget.ui. Let me just cut this file and bring this in my Python file in my directory. So we have, let me just overwrite this. Okay, now it is where is it? So list widget. I think I haven't copied the Python file. I think I have copied the UI file. Now let me just yeah, you can see that list widget is in here. Let me just cut this and bring this in here. And now I can find this in here. So this is listWidget.py. Now this is the converted file, and you can see we have all our designs and styles, and we can run this. So now we can see that this is our design. Okay, now we're going to add some functionality to this, and I want, when we click on the items in the list widget, we want to change the label text with the name of the item. So now for this, in list widget we can use clicked signal like push button, and we need to just create a new method in here. I'm going to call it def item clicked. So the first thing you need to get the item from the list widget. So we can say self.listWidget.current item. So after getting of the current item, now we need to add this current item to the label text. So we can just say self.label.setText, and we can say you have selected, and we can add our item dot text, and we need to convert this to string, so str. So after creating of this method, now we need to connect this with the clicked signal of the list widget. So now in here we can say self.listWidget.clicked.connect, and it is self.item clicked. Now we are going to run this. So you can see you have selected Python, Java, C++, C#, JavaScript, and Kotlin. Okay, now I want to do the same functionality without Qt Designer, and I'm going to create my this application without using the Qt Designer. So for this I have already created a new Python file, and this is my Python file. It's just a simple window, and I have from PyQt5 Qt widgets I have Q application, widget, Q label, and also I need Q VBoxLayout with Q list widget. And if I run this, you can see that I have a simple window in here. Now the first thing I need, I'm going to just create a method in here. I'm going to call it div create list. We need to create a Q VBoxLayout, and in here we need to create the object of the list widget. So create object of list widget, and we can just say self dot list widget, Q list widget. Okay, now we need to add items to the list widget. So add items to the list widget, and we can just say self dot list widget dot insert item, and this is Python. And we need to do the same for some, so it's the index 0 we want Python, and in index 1 we want Java, and in the second index we are going to add C++. In the third index we want to add C#, and one more, this is Kotlin. So after adding this, now you can set so first let me just add this in the VBoxLayout. So VBox.add widget, and I want to add self.list widget, and I need to set the layout. So self.set layout for the, sorry, I need to call my method in here, create list, and at the end we need to say self.set layout to the VBoxLayout. So now you can see that these are my items in the list widget. Now you can also, I'm going to add a label in here. So first I want to change the style sheet of the list widget. Self.list widget dot set style sheet, and I want the background color to red, and self.list widget dot set font Q font, and I want it should be sans serif, and this is 50. The size is 15. Now let me just run this. Okay, now you can see the color has changed, and also the text size has changed. Now let's create a label in here. So self.label Q label, and so for right now I'm going to just say hello. I can set the font Q font. So this is the family of the font or the type, and this is the size, and we can say self, or we can just copy this from here, and this is a label. So I need to add label in here, and you can give a color whatever you want. Now we want to add this in the VBoxLayout. So VBox.add widget self.label. Now you can see this is our text. So now I want to add the same functionality. When we click on the item, I want to change the text of this label. Let me remove this hello, and I'm going to copy the item clicked method from my previous part, and I want to paste it in here. And I need to change this to list widget. Now you can connect this. So let me copy the clicked, or we can just say in here. So self.listWidget.clicked.connect, and I want to add self.itemClicked. Now you can see Java, C++, C#, Kotlin, Python. So thank you guys. If you have any question, please let me know, and if you want the source code, you can just check the video description or my blog, my website geekscoders.com, and you can get the source codes. Hi guys, I'm Parvez, and this is our 19th video in PyQt5 GUI development. So in this lesson, we're going to learn that how you can use QDial class. So the QDial class provides a rounded range control like a speedometer, and the QDial class is used when the user needs to control a value within a program definable range, and the range either wraps around typically 0 up to 259 degrees, or the dialog layout needs a sequence widget. So now I have already opened my Qt designer, and I'm going to use widget, and after that click on create. So the first thing we need, we are going to add a vertical layout in here, and in the vertical layout we are going to add a dial. So now if you come down in here and then put widgets, we have dial. So now let me just add in here. Also I need to add a label like this, and I can set the layout vertically. So now you can add a color to the, let me just add a color in here. So change style sheet, and it is QDial, and we want to add a background dash color and red color. And let me change the size of my label, and I'm going to just make it 14 bold, and I'm going to remove the text for right now. After this, I'm going to save this. Let me just save this, and I'm going to call it dial D and save it. So after saving, you need to copy your .ui file, and you need to add the file in the scripts folder of your Python installation, because we are going to convert our .ui file into Python file. So now this is the location that I have installed my Python. It's in program files, and I'm going to just open the scripts folder, and in the scripts folder you need to paste your UI file. So you can see I have copied this, and if you come down, we are using PyQt5 module for converting our .ui file to Python file. Okay, now I'm going to open my terminal in here. So right click, open in terminal. Okay, now this is my terminal, and you can see that the location is in the scripts folder, and now we can convert this. So PyQt5, and you need to give your UI file name, and after that the output, and you need to give the Python file name and hit enter. Okay, now it's converted, and if you see your scripts folder, you can see we have dial.py. Now let me just bring this in my working directory and dial.py. So yeah, this is dial.py, and now you can see that this is the converted file, and we can run this. And now you can see that this is our dial. Now there is a signal that's called value changed in the QDial class. So now we are going to add some functionality for this. When we dial this, we want to change the value in the Q label. So for this, I'm going to just create a new function in here, or method. So I'm going to just call it dial changed. So the first thing we need to get the value from the dial, and I'm going to just say self.dial.value, and after getting the value we need to set this value to the text, to the label. So self.label.set text, and we want to say dial is changing, and we are going to add the get value and also typecast this to string. And now we need to connect this with the QDial. So now yeah, this is our QDial, and we are going to just add the QDial in here. So I'm going to just say self.dial.value changed connect, and I want to connect this with the self.dial changed. Now if I run this, and okay, now so now you can see that we are changing. Now you can see the values from 0 up to 100. You can change this. So for example, in here I can say set.dial.set maximum, and I can give it 360. And now if I run this time it will not be 100. Now you can see 360, and now you can dial this like this. Alright guys, now let's add let's create our this QDial using coding. So this time we're not going to use Qt Designer. So for this I have already created a new Python file, and I have just created my window code. Now if I run this, you can see just I'm having a simple window. Now the first thing I need, I'm going to import VBoxLayout, I need QDial, and also I need QLabel. So in here I'm going to just create div create dial, my dial method, and we need to create the object of VBoxLayout, QVBoxLayout, and after this okay, now after this we need to create our dial. So I'm going to just say self.dial QDial, and you can set the minimum and maximum. So self.set minimum, and I want 0, and self.dial.set maximum, and for the set maximum I want to, for example, 360, and also self.dial.set value. So the initial value is 30, and also we can just say self.stylesheet set style sheet, and we can give a background color. So background color red or we can give it green. Now we need to add this, so vbox.add widget self.dial, and we can say self.set layout to the VBox layout. So now we can just say self.create dial. Now if I run this, so you can see that I have now a dial. Now we are going to add a label in here. Self.label QLabel, and the text I'm going to just give it hello, and we can set the font for the label dot set font, and we can say Q font. You need to give the family or the type of the font and also the size for the font, and also you can set style sheet for the font, so set style sheet, and for the color I'm going to use red color. Now we need to add the label to the VBoxLayout, self.label, and if we run this, you can see we have a label, hello label. Now I'm going to just remove this hello. I want empty label. So now we are going to just copy our method, this div dial changed, and I'm going to paste in my new Python file, and now we can connect this with the value changed of signal of the Q dial. So in here we can just say self.dial.value changed.connect, and it is self.dial changed. And now we need to run this. So now you can see the dial is changing. So thank you guys. If you have any question, please let me know, and if you want the source codes, you can just check the video description. Hello friends, I'm Parwais, and this is our 20th video in PyQt5 GUI development. In this video we're going to learn that how you can create a combo box in PyQt5. So now I have already opened my Qt designer, and I'm going to create a new template from here. So I'm going to choose widget, and after that click on create. So now this is my template. The first thing I need, I'm going to add a vertical layout, and in the vertical layout we need to add a combo box. So if you come down, we can find combo box. Yeah, in here it's checkbox radio button, or let me just combo box. Yeah, this is combo box, and then put widgets. We have combo box. Now drag and drop a combo box in here. Now you can add items to this. Let me just click on edit items. So after that you can add items, Python, Java, C++, C#, JavaScript, and after that click on OK. So now you can see that this is our combo box. Also I'm going to add a label in here, so let me just drag and drop a label, and I want to change the label size, font size. So from here I can choose font, and you can change the font of the combo box whatever you want, what size you want. And now we can just right click on the window, and we want to choose layout vertically. Now I want to make it smaller like this, and if you can preview in here. So if you preview, you can see that this is our combo box, and this is our text label. Now I want to this time I'm not going to convert my this .ui file. In the previous videos we have learned that how you can convert your UI file into Python file. This time I want to load this file directly, and I need to save this, so I can just right click on this, and after that you need to just choose save, and in here you can give it whatever you want. For example, I'm going to just give it combo box.ui, and now it's saved. So after saving, you need to copy the file and paste the file, the UI file, in your working directory. So I'm going to just paste it in here like this. Now you can see that this is our combo box files. It's a XML format. Okay, now we need to load our UI file. So now I've already created a load combo.py Python file. So it's just a simple window, and in here we want to load our UI file. So this class is extending from QWidget. Now we need to use a UIC module for loading of the UI file. We need to import this from PyQt5 import UIC, and in here we can just say UIC dot load UI, and in here we are going to give the UI file name. So it is, and in here you need to write your file name. So my file name is combobox.ui, and also I'm going to give it self in here. So now we are going to run this, and now you can see that we have loaded our UI file. Now how you can add some functionalities to this, there's a signal in combo box that's current text changed. Now I want, when I choose for example Python, I want to change the label of the text of this label with the Python or Java or C++. So for this, the first thing we need to create a method or a slot in here. So I'm going to just call it div combo selected, and after this we need to get okay, so before this we need to find our widgets. Let me just pause this. So before doing this, if you see our combo box.ui, now for our two widgets we have a name. So for the combo box we have name combo box, and also we have this name of label for the Q label. Now we need to find these widgets from the .ui file, and after that we can add our functionalities. So in here I'm going to just so let me just say find widgets in the UI file. So now let me just import the widgets of Q combo box and also Q label in here, and we can just say self.combo Q combo box, self.combo self.find child, and it is a type of Q combo box, and in here you need to add the name of the combo box. So the name of the combo box is name combo box. So this was the first one, and after that we need to just find our label. So self.find child, and this is Q label, and the name of our label is label. So this is the name. Now after finding of the widgets, now we have our combo box and also we have label, reference to combo box and also reference to label. Now we can easily interact with this. So in the div combo selected, first we need to get the items from this combo box. So we can use current text of combo box for getting the current value or current text of the combo box. We can just say self.combo.current text. So it is current text, and after getting of the current text we are going to set this current text to the label. So we can say self.label.setText. So set text, and I'm going to just say you selected plus item. And now as I've already said that there is a signal of current text changed with the combo box. Now we need to connect this combo selected method with the current text changed signal of the combo box. So in here we can say self.combo combo dot current current text changed dot connect, and we want to add our combo selected. And now we are going to run this. So if I choose, for example, Java, you can see that you have selected Java, you selected Java, JavaScript, and Python. So like this, you can work with the combo box using Qt Designer. Alright guys, now we're going to create our combo box using coding. So this time we're not going to use Qt Designer. So I've already created a simple code. It's just for creating of the window. And if I run this, you can see that I have a simple window in here. And these are my imports, and this is my class window that extends from the widget. These are my window requirements like geometry, like title, and also window icon. And this is my Q application argument object, and also window object. We need to show our window, and this is our loop. So now first we need to add some classes. We need a VBoxLayout, we need a QComboBox, also QLabel, and here we need to create the object of VBoxLayout. And after that, you need to create your combo box in here. So self.combo QComboBox. And now we need to add items to the combo box. So we can just say self.combo.add item. And I want to add Python self.combo.add item. Another item, I want to choose Java, and I can just copy this. I want C++, C#, and JavaScript. So after adding this, now we need to add this combo box to the VBoxLayout. So we can say VBox.add widget, and I want to add my combo box. So self.combo. Now we need to run this, and you can see that we don't have any combo box in here because we need to set the layout for the main window. So we can say self.setLayout to the VBoxLayout, and you can see that we have our combo box in here. Now also you can add current text signal. So the first thing I'm going to add a label in here. I can just say self.label QLabel. Let me just add hello in here. We can set font for the label, set font, and Q font. Also you can add the size. Let's just set a style sheet for this. So self.label.set style sheet, and I want to give a color of red. Now I think I haven't imported Q font, so Q font. We need to add the label to the VBoxLayout, self.label. So now you can see we have our label in here. Now let me just remove this hello. I'm going to just copy this div combo selected method from my previous part, and I want to just paste it in my new file. And so this is we need to get the value from the combo box, and after that we have set the item or the value to the label. Now in the combo box we can say self.combo.current text changed dot connect with self.combo selected. Okay, now if I select Java, you selected Java, C#, and Python. So thank you guys. If you have any question, please let me know, and if you want the source codes, you can just check my blog, geeks, or website, geekscoders.com, and you can get the source code from there. Hi friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our 21st video in PyQt5 GUI development. In this lesson, we're going to learn that how you can create Q slider in PyQt5. So I've already opened my Qt designer, and I'm going to just choose widget from here, and after that click on the create. Now in here we need to add a vertical layout or VBox layout, and after this we need to add a Q slider. So, or we don't need a vertical layout, we need a horizontal layout. So first I need to add a label in here, or we can just first let me just add a slider. So you can see there are two types of slider. We have horizontal slider and we have vertical slider. So we are going to use horizontal slider, so I'm going to add a horizontal slider in here, and also I'm going to add a label. So label. Okay, now let me choose my window, and I want layout horizontally. Change the font size of the label, and I want to choose 14 and bold. Also you can add a colors to the window, so right click on the window, change style sheet. We are going to target Q widget, and we want to add a background color, and you can add from here. So for example this color, apply. Okay, now save this. So save desktop, and we want to save it slider.ui. So after saving, you need to copy your UI file and you need to paste it in your working directory because we want to load our slider. So paste it like this, and you can see that this is our slider.ui file. And now you can see I've already created a new Python file. It's load slider.py, and we have just a simple window class, and in here we can load our UI. So for loading we can use UIC module. We can just say from PyQt5 import UIC. We can say UIC.loadUI, and we need to give the name of the UI file and the parent is self. So now I need to run this. Okay, now you can see that this is our UI file. Now there's a signal in the slider that's value changed. Now when we change the slider, we want to change the text of this label. So for this, the first thing you need to find the widgets that you have in your UI file. So if you see, we have a label and we have a slider. Now we need to find these widgets, and if you see your UI file, we have an attribute of name for the, for example, for the label we have a name, and also for the slider also we have, and let me just find. So you can see that this is widget class Q slider, and we have horizontal slider. Now we need to find these files, these widgets in our Python file. So in here we can say finding the widgets. So self.slider, and we are going to use find child. So you can use find child method for finding the widgets in your UI file. And now we need to import QSlider and QLabel. So first you need to write the type, it's QSlider, and after that you need to give the name of your slider. So it's horizontal slider. And also we can do the same for the label, self.find child, and it is QLabel, and the name is, so the name is, so widget class label, and the name is label. Okay, now after finding the widgets, now we are going to create a new method. So it is def changed slider. The first thing you need to get the value, or the value from the slider. So we can use value method. We can just say value, so dot slider dot value, and after that we need to set this value in the QLabel. Set text, and so we need to convert this to string, typecast this. Okay, now let's connect this. Self.slider dot value changed, self.change slider. Now we need to run this. So you can see now it's changing. Okay, now we want to learn that how you can create QSlider without Qt Designer. So for right now we have designed our UI using Qt Designer, but if you don't want Qt Designer, you can do it manually by coding. So I have already created a new Python file, and it's just my simple window, and if I run this, you can see I have a nice window. Now I want to add my slider and also label in this window. We need some imports: QSlider, QLabel, and HBoxLayout. So first you need to create the object of HBoxLayout, HBoxLayout, and after creating the object of HBoxLayout, we need to create our slider, self.slider QSlider. As I have already said, that there are two types of slider. We have horizontal and we have vertical. Now you need to choose the orientation of the slider, self.slider.set orientation, and it is Qt dot, we want horizontal, so we need to import Qt from PyQt5.Qt core import Qt. Qt.horizontal, and let's add this in the HBoxLayout dot add widget, self.slider, and self the main layout for the window, set layout to the HBoxLayout. So now you can see we have our slider in here. Now you can add some more features. For example, we can say self.slider.set thickness, tick interval, and also you can use tick position. So first we are going to use tick position. So for the tick position we can use QSlider.tick below. Now if you see, we have some ticks in the below of the slider, So you can see that these are the text in the below of the slider, and you can say self.slider.set text interval to 10. Now you can see that we have 10 text intervals in here. You can set the minimum and maximum value, so self.slider.set minimum and self.slider.set maximum. So we have used debug. So this is the slider. Now also you can use the value changed signal. So for this, let me just create a label in here, self.label QLabel, and we want to set the font for the label, dot set font Q font. So this is the family of the font and the type of the size of the font, and you can add this in the HBoxLayout, hbox.add widget self.label, and let me just add a hello in here that we want to check this. So now you can see that this is our label in here. Now we are going to just copy this changed slider method from our previous part, and we want to paste it in here. So first we need to get the value from the slider, and after that we need to set that to the label. Now in here we can say self.slider.valueChanged.connect, and we want to add our change value in our change slider in here, self.changed slider. And now you can see it's changing. So thank you guys. If you have any question, please let me know, and if you want the source codes, you can just check video description or my website, geekscoders.com. Hi friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our 22nd video in PyQt5 GUI development. So in this lesson we're going to learn that how you can create a QMenu bar and also QMenu items. So now till now we have created a widget and also dialog windows. Now this time we're going to use main window, because when you want to create menu bars and also, for example, toolbars or status bars, for that you need to use main window. You cannot use widget or dialog. So now we are going to choose main window, and after that click on create. So you can see we have a bigger screen in here. Now in here you can see that we have we can add our menu. So now right click, and I want file, and we can add new. So you can add, for example, save, and in here you can see you can add separator, and you can see that there is a separator in this section. Also you can add copy, paste, and also exit. So you can see that this is our menu and also main items, and if you come down you can see there are different options for example, if we select new, so it's a type of queue action, and you can add icon, you can make it enable or checked, You can add status tip, and these are the fonts, changing the font. Now if you want to add icons for example for these menu items, it's a little bit tricky in Qt Designer. So now let me just show you. So you can see in here we have resources, and we are going to just click on this, and in here we want to save the resource, and I'm going to just say images, and let me just add it in here. Okay, now we have images, and now we can add prefix. So I want images prefix. Now in here you can add your icons. So we can add files, and these are my icons. I have already these icons, and you can see that these are the icons. Click on OK. So now we have our icons. Now we need to add the icons in for the menu item. So I want to select new, and from the icon we can choose resource images. So you can see we have images now. So the first one is the new, and if you see we have an icon in here. Now let's do this for save also. So save, and we have a copy. So I can choose resource images, copy.png. We have paste, and icon, paste, and we have exit. And exit. So now you can convert this to Python file. Now we want to use PyQt5. So first we need to just save this, and I'm going to just call it menu.ui. So after saving the UI file, you need to add the UI file in the scripts folder of your Python installation. Now you can see this is my Python installation. It's in drive C, program files, and now this is the scripts folder, and because we're using PyQt5 module, and so for that you need to add this UI file in the scripts folder, and the PyQt5 is located in the scripts folder. Now I'm going to just paste it in here. So this is my UI file, and if you come down you can see in here we have PyQt5. Okay, now we need to just open in terminal, and this is my terminal. So you can see the location is my Python 3.7 and a scripts folder, and we can just say PyQt5, and after that you need to add your UI file name .ui, and after that output, and give the .py name. So now it's converted, and if you see we have menu.py in here. Now let me just cut this and bring this in my Python file in here. And this is menu.py. So you can see, but it's not running because when you're converting your file, I have forgot to add some things in here. So now let me just do my Python conversion, again. So open the terminal, and in here after that you need to add a x in here. So because it will create the window object for you, the Q application object. So now we are going to just find our file again in the scripts folder, Python 3.7, and this is scripts menu.py, cut and paste this in here. Okay, now you can see that this is our converted file, and so this is the converted file. The first thing you need, so you can see that if you don't use that, so now you can see we have our this Q application in here. Remove this images are seen here, and now we want to run this. Okay, now we have our file new, but we don't have our icons. Now for the icons, if you see, now you can see it's we need to create a new directory at name of images, and after that we can copy our icons. So now in here I'm going to just create images, and now I want to add my icons in here. Paste the icons. Okay, these are the icons. So now we can just remove this images new.png, and if I run this, so you can see new.png, and now we can do the same for all of our menu items. Now we can run this again. So these are the menu items. Now how you can do this using coding. So for right now we have used Qt Designer, but if you don't want to use Qt Designer, now we want to do this manually. Okay, now I have created a new Python file, and you can see this time I am extending from Q main window, not Q widget or Q dialog. So it's just a simple window. If I run this, you can see that I have my window now. First we need to and here we need to create our main menu. So first I'm going to just create a method div create menu, and we can say main menu self dot menu bar, and we want to add a file menu main menu dot add menu, and this is file. So we can just call self dot create menu, and now if I run this, so you can see we have file in here, but there is no menu items. Now we need to add some items in here. For this we need to import Q action. So the first one is new action, and it is Q action. We need to add an icon. So the location of icon is images, and it is new.png, and it is new, and the parent is self. Also you can add shortcut, so set shortcut Control+N, and now we need to add this action, new action, to the file menu. Dot add action, and it is new action. So now we have new with the icon, but we don't have shortcut. new action dot. So I think it's because we have a space in here, we don't need to give space, and now we should see our shortcut. Now you can see Control N. Let's do this for our more menu items. Save action, it is save, Control S. Now in here I want to add a separator, so file menu dot add separator. Copy action, this is copy dot png, copy, Control C, and after copy we have paste, Control P, now the last one is exit action, this is exit. We don't need shortcut for this. Okay, now we are going to run this. So now you can see that these are our menu items. So for the menu items we have a signal that's called triggered. Now for example, if I want to click on the exit, I want to close the window. So for this, let me just create diff close window, and we can say self.close. Now we can just connect with the exit action. So exit action dot triggered dot connect with self dot close window. Now if I exit this, so you can see that we don't have our window. Thank you guys. If you have any question, please let me know, and for the source codes you can just check the video description. Hi friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our 23rd video in PyQt5 GUI development. So in this video we are going to learn that how we can draw different shapes using PyQt5. So we will learn that how you can draw rectangles, draw ellipses, draw text, and draw polygons in PyQt5. So for this purpose, there is a class in PyQt5 that's called QPainter class. So using QPainter class, you can draw different shapes in PyQt5. So now first we are going to start from drawing a rectangle. Now I have already created my window code, and this is just a simple window, and it's extending from QWidget, my class window. This is the geometry of my window, the title, the icon of my window. And also for every PyQt5 application we need to create the application, the object of QApplication, a window object. We need to show the window, and also this is our loop. So now for drawing, as I have said, you need to use QPainter class, and also we need to add the paint event. So this is a built-in method in QPainter class that we need to use this. So diff paint event, and so we can div paint event, and we are going to remove this none, and also we need to just add event in here. So first you need to create the object of QPainter class, QPainter. We need to import this, it's related to Qt GUI, and we are going to just add QPainter. And after creating of the QPainter class, now we can draw our so if you see painter.draw, you can see there are different shapes that you can use: ellipse, image, line, lines. So we are going to use draw rect. Now for the rectangle, you need to give the x and y position, so 115. Also the width and height of the rectangle, so 300 and 100. Now if I run this, so we're not receiving any because we need to pass self in here, the parent, and now you can see that we have a rectangle in here. Let me just change the size of the to 700. So now you can see that we are receiving a rectangle in here. Now for example, if you want to you can change the color of the rectangle, and also you can add some brush styles, and also you can add pen styles. So now let me just show you. I'm going to just say painter.setPen. So we need to import QPen in here. Also we need QBrush, and from PyQt5.qtcore we are going to import Qt. So setPen, and we can say QPen, Qt dot whatever color you can choose. For example, green I'm choosing. And also you need to give the pen size, it's 5, and also you can give the type of the pen. So for example, I'm going to use qt.solidline. Now let's run this. So now you can see that we have a green line, so the lines are green. Now if you change the solid line to, I think there is dash dot line and dot line, so you can see we have dot line in here. You can change this to dash line, it's just a simple dash line. So like this, you can, let me just use solid line. Now also you can add brush style for your painter, so we can just say painter dot set brush, not background, set brush, and we want to use QBrush. So you need to give the color of the brush, Qt dot red, and also we can say Qt dot solid pattern. So this is the pattern of the brush. Now if you run this, you can see that we have a solid pattern. Now if you change this to another color, so let me just say painter.setBrush, and let me comment this, and this time we are going to use the cross pattern. And if you run this, you can see that we are we have a different pattern in here. So like this, you can work with QPainter class and you can draw rectangle. Alright guys, now I want to show you that how you can draw ellipses using QPainter class in PyQt5. So now the first thing we need to create the object of QPainter class. And after creating the object of the QPainter class, now we can draw our ellipse, so draw ellipse, and in here you need to give the x and y position, and also the width and height, so 400 and 200. And now if I run this, so you can see this is our ellipse, and also you can add a pen to this, so we can say so painter dot set pen. This time I'm using Qt dot black pen, and the size of the pen you can give it, and also the pen style that you want, so for example solid line. And now if you run this, so we have error because we need to add Q pen in here. And now you can see that we have we don't have a solid line, so painter dot set pen Q pen Qt black Qt solid line. Okay, so it's because the color is black and now, and also it's solid line. If I change this to dash dot dot line, so let me change the color to red. It's not working. Okay guys, sorry for this, it's because not working. The Q painter, it's at the top and it's at the bottom. We need to add this at the top, and now we can see it's changed. So now also you can set the brush for this, painter dot set brush, and we are going to use Q brush Qt dot green, and we can say Qt dot solid pattern. So solid pattern, and you can change this to, for example, painter dot set brush Q brush Qt dot let me just say red, and Qt dot, so we're going to use, for example, dense 4 pattern. Now if you run this, so you can see we have dense 4 pattern in here, and you can change this to another one and run this, so you can see the style is changed. Alright guys, now we want to draw text in PyQt5. So I have already created the object of QPainter class. We can just say painter.draw text, and in here you can add the x and y position of the text, and also we can say hello, or we can say for example geekscoders.com, and if I run this, so you can see that we are receiving text in here. So also you can add the text in a rectangle. We can say rect qrect. We need to import qrect in here. So qrect, it's qrect. It's related to Qt core qrect. Yeah. So qrect, and in here you need to give the x and y position, and also the width and height of the rectangle, and we can say painter.draw rect. We want to draw the rect. Now we can say painter.draw text, we want to add the text to the rectangle, and qt.alignment center, we want to align the center. And now you can say, for example, PyQt5 course. So now you can see that we are receiving the text in here. Also, you can add HTML and also CSS styles to your text. So for this we need to use qtext document. We need to import the qtext document in here, qtext document. And so now first we need to create the object of our document. It's qtext document, and after that we need to just create a rectangle. Zero, zero, the x and y position. This is the width and height. And now we can say document dot set text width, and we want to get the width of our rectangle. And now you can say document dot set HTML. So let me add a B in here. So in the B tag I want to write Python GUI, and after this we can add a italic or I tag in here. GUI development, and now I want to add, for example, in here I want to add a font size. So in here I want to just say font size is 10, or we can say 12, and the color is green. And now you need to write the text in here, complete crash course, and we can say geeks coders there's.com, and at the end we need to just say document dot draw content. We need to add our painter and rectangle. So we have error, and let me just check. So rect2 in here, oh sorry, it's rectf. So now let me change this to rectf. It is a rectangle float, and we can add rectf. So for this not, also we need to import qrect. Change this to rectf. Now you can see that this is our green, bold, and also italic text. Okay, now we are going to learn drawing of polygon using QPainter class. So we can for drawing polygon, now we need to add some points. For this reason we need to import, so let me just remove some of them because we don't need this qtext document and this qrectf. Okay, now so the first thing we need to import qpolygon. So in here we can say q, it's related to Qt GUI, qpolygon, and in here we can say points qpolygon Now we can also import, we need to import QPoint. Okay, now we can say QPoint, and you need to give your point. So first point 1010, QPoint 1000, QPoint 100, and QPoint, so it's 100 and 100. Okay, now we can say painter dot draw polygon, not points, it is polygon, and we can add our points in here. So let's run this. So you can see this, we have a rectangle now, triangle now. So if I change this to 110, so now you can see this is our polygon. You can add painter and also set brush, so we can say painter dot set pen, q pen. I want to use qt dot green, this is 7, and also qt dot solid line. It's not solid pattern, it is solid line. And also we can add painter dot set brush, q brush, qt dot red, and it is qt dot ver pattern. So now this is, and you can change this to cross, the cross pattern. So now this is our drawing. Now if you have any question, please let me know, and if you want the source codes, you can just check my website geekscholars.com, and also you can check the video description for getting the source codes. Hi guys, I am Parvez, and this is our 24th lesson, and in this lesson we're going to start database programming in PyQt5. Also we're going to use MySQL database. Now the first thing you need to install this library. It's MySQL connector Python. It is a MySQL driver written in Python, which does not depend on MySQL client libraries. So it's the latest release and the latest version. You can just use pip install MySQL connector Python. So after installation of this, also we need to use WAMP server. So if you're on Windows, you can use WAMP server, and I think if you're in Linux, you can use LAMP, and also there are different versions that you can use. So now I have already installed WAMP server, and this is my WAMP server, and in here I will create a database using PyQt5 GUI. So now I have opened my Qt designer. Now I need to design my my application. So first I'm going to choose widget, and after that I'm going to click on create. So in here I need to add a horizontal layout, so I'm going to just add a horizontal layout, and after adding horizontal layout we need to add a line edit, and also we need to add a label. So after adding this, now we need 2 push buttons. So for this also I'm going to add a horizontal layout. 2 Q push buttons I need. So now this is my first push button, and this is the second push button. And Also, I need to add a label in here in this section. Now I'm going to just make this layout vertically. So let me preview this. Okay, now you can see that this is my design. Now it's not looking good because we need to add a spacer in here. So for this we are going to just from the spacers we are going to add a vertical spacer in here in this section, and now we can make it smaller. So now if I preview this, yeah, now it's looking good. So the first thing I need, I'm going to change this to database name, and the line date I want to change the object name to line date db name. We have two Q push buttons. So the first one is for create database, and we need to change the object name to create db. And we have another push button and it is for database connection. So database connection, and change the ID to dbcon. And this is the text label. We can just change the font size from here, and I want it should be 14 bold, and I don't want this label in here. Now after creating of our design, now we need to save this. I'm going to just save this, and I want to call it database. So database.ui. So now we're going to copy this our file, and we want to add this in the scripts folder because we want to convert this. So I'm going to just add this in the scripts folder, and in here, because I'm using PyQt5, so now it's the PyQt5, and in here you can open your terminal. Open terminal. So this is the terminal, and you can see it's the location is scripts folder, and we can say PyQt5, and you need to give the name of your UI file, and the output is database.py and x. So now it's converted to Python file, and now you can see database.py. We can bring this in our folder, and let's find this. Okay, now this is database.py. So now this is our file, and now let me just run this. Okay, now this is our file. Now I want, when I enter a DB name and when I click on the create database, I want to create the database in my in the WAMP server phpMyAdmin. So now for this, the first thing you need, I have already said that we are using MySQL.connector, so we need to import this. Import MySQL dot connector as MC. After importing the MySQL connector, now we can create our method in here. So I'm going to just call it div create database. So first we need to create our DB, so I'm going to call it myDB and mc.connect, and in here we need to give the host So it is localhost, and after that we need to give the user is root, and also password. I don't have any password for this. So after doing this, now we need to create cursor object. So I'm going to just say cursor and mydb dot cursor. Now we need to get the name from our this line edit. The value from this line edit, the database name, we need to get that. Now for this I'm going to just say db name, and we can say self dot line edit db name dot text. So after this, now we need to execute our query. So we need to use cursor dot execute, and in here we can say create database and dot format and db name. Now we need to add except, so except mc.error as e. Also we need to just set our label. Now I think I haven't changed the ID, so it's label 2. Now I can say self.label2 dot set text, and we can say database created db name. And after that, and also in the except, we want to, if the database creation was failed, we can just say self.label2 dot set text, and we can say database creation failed. Now we are going to connect this with the push button that we have. So it's push button create db, and we can say self dot push button create db dot clicked dot connect, and it is self dot create database. Now I want to run this. Okay, now in here I'm going to add a database name. So for example, I want to create a database of PyQt5, and in here I want to click on create database. Now database PyQt5 created. Now if I check my WAMP server, so right now I don't have PyQt5, and if I refresh, so you can see now I have PyQt5 in the WAMP server. Right now there is no table for this. Now let's check the DB connection. So for this I'm going to just create another method in here. So def db connect. So try the first thing, we need to add this connection. And this time I want to add also a database, because now I have a database PyQt5. It's my database name, and if the connection was successful, I'm going to just say self dot label result label2 dot set text. I want to say there is a connection, and in the except mc dot error as e, I want to just say self dot label2 dot set text error in connection. Now also we need to connect this. So with the push button dbcon self.push button dbcon dot clicked dot connect with self dot db connect. So right now if you see our database is correct, and I should receive a connection in here. So if I say database connection, you can see there is a connection. Now if I change this to, for example, PyQt, I don't have this database in my WAM server, I should receive an error in here. And if I click on database connection, now you can see error in connection. So thank you guys. If you have any question, please let me know. And for the source codes, you can just check my website geekscoders.com, and also you can check video description for the source codes. Hi friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our 25th video in PyQt5 GUI development. So in the previous video we have learned that how you can create database using PyQt5. So in this video we're going to learn that how you can insert data to your database. So now you can see that this is the database that we have created. Now I'm going to just create a table in here. I'm going to call it users, and there should be 3 columns. So okay, now in here in the PyQt5 I'm going to create users table, and I want the number of columns to 3. So the first one is ID, the type is integer, and I want it should be auto increment. And also I'm going to add email with, this should be varchar, and also password. And click on save. Oh sorry, so this should be 15. Let me just give it 15 15 50, so 50 50 50, or we can change this to 100 and also 100. Okay, now our database is created, our table is created. Right now there is no data in this table, so we will create a designer, and using the designer we want to insert data to our users table. So for this is my Qt designer. Now I want to design my application. I'm going to choose a widget and click on create. First we need to add a horizontal layout. We want to add a label with the line edit. So it's line edit, and also we are going to add a label. We need another horizontal layout. We want to do the same, a line edit with a label. Okay, after this we need a push button, and also we need another label in here. Let me just add it in here. So first let me right click on the window, and I want layout vertically. So we need to change this to email, and also password. Also we can change the object name, so it's line edit email, and this is line edit password. Also for the password we want so for right now, if I view this, so preview this, so you can see we can add, and you can see this is the password. Now I want it should be like dot. So for this we need to change the echo mode of the line edit. So if you come down We have eco mode in here. So you can see it's normal. For this we want it should be password. Now also we need to add a spacer in here, in this section. I want a vertical spacer, and let me just make it smaller. Now if we preview this, okay, now it's looking good. And now if I write in here, you can see it's password. So also we can change this to insert data, and in here, well, first I need to just change the ID to label result, and also we can change the size. Let me change this to 14 bold, and we can remove this text label from here in here. So now this is our design. We need to save this. I'm going to just save this, and I want to name it insert.ui. Save. And now after saving, we need to convert this file to UI file to Python file. So you need to just bring your .ui file in the scripts folder of your Python installation. So scripts, and in here we need to just paste this insert.ui, and in here we are using PyQt5, and we can just open in terminal. Now this is our terminal. We can say py or PyQt5. You need to give the name of your UI file name, and the output is insert.py, and now we have our insert in here. Now let me just, okay, now you can see that we have insert.py. Let me just bring this in my PyQt5 videos folder, so we can find insert in here. So insert, yeah, this is insert, and this is the converted file. And now if we run this, so you can see that this is our email. We can add, and we can add our password, and we can insert the data. So after this, now we are using MySQL connector, so we can just say import mysql.connector as MC. Now we need to create a new method in here. I'm going to just call it diff insert data. So first we need to create our connection in here. So for in the try, I'm going to just say my db mc.connect. You need to add your host. So my host is localhost, and also you need to add the user. So the username is root, and password, I don't have any password, and the last one is the database name. So my database name is PyQt5. So after adding these, let me just add my except in here, except mc.error as e, and in here we can say self.label result set text, and we can add error inserting data. So error inserting data, Okay, now in here first we need to create the object of the cursor, so I'm going to just call it my cursor, and we can say my db.cursor. So after this we need to get the email and password from the line edit, so we can just say email, so self.lineEdit email.text, and we can say for the password self.lineEdit password.text. So after getting the email and password from the user, now we need to create our query in here. We can say insert into users, and in the email and password field, and the values that we want to add, so we are going to add a string placeholder, and this is the value. We have our email and we have the password, and now we need to execute the query, so dot execute. We are going to add the query and also the value, and at the end you need to just commit the database, so my db.commit, and we can say self.labelResult.setText data inserted, so data inserted. Okay, now this is our code, and you can see so we have our connection in here, hostname, user, password, and database. So these are from my WAMP server that I have. So you can see that in here I have PyQt5 database that I have created in the previous video, and this is my users table. Right now there is no value in here, and we want to add the value. So after that we need to create the cursor object, and we need to get the data or the email and password from the line edit that we have, and this is our query, and in here we need to execute the query and commit the database. So the last thing that we want to do is we need to connect this with the insert data button. So in here we can just say self.pushButton.clicked.connect, and we want to add our insert data. So we have error, so object has no attribute connect. We have problem in here, so this is connect. Okay, now this is our UI design. Now I'm going to add an email in here, so john@gmail.com, and in here we can add password, for example, insert data inserted, and now we need to just check our users table. So this is the first data, ID1, email, and this is the password. We want to add some more data in here, so for example like this. So we have another data. Let me just add data@gmail.com data. Let me add one more, new data. So now you can see that these are the users that I have added using the designer. So thank you guys. If you have any question, please let me know, and if you want the source codes, you can just check video description and you can get the source codes. Hi friends, I'm Parviz and this is our 26th video in PyQt5 GUI development. So in the previous video we have learned that how you can insert data to your MySQL database using PyQt5. Now in this video we are going to learn that how you can retrieve data from MySQL database in your QTable widget using PyQt5. So now the first thing we need to create our design. So I have already opened my Qt designer and I want to choose widget and click on create. So the first thing in here, I need to add a horizontal layout, and in the horizontal layout I want to add a line edit, and also I'm going to add a label. So after this we need to just add another horizontal layout, add another line edit, and also a label. Now after adding this we need to add a vertical layout. So in here okay, now in the VBoxLayout we need to add a table widget, so like this, and also we are going to add a queue push button in this VBoxLayout. So let me just add it in here. Now I'm going to just select and layout vertically, and if you preview this, let me just preview. So you can see that this is our UI design. Okay, now the first thing I'm going to change the text to enter DB name, and we need to change this to enter table name, and also we need to change this the object name. So the first one is DB name, and this is table name, and we need to choose the number of column and also rows in here. So let me just give it 8 and 3, and for the push button I'm going to just say show data, or we can say show data. Now we are going to save this, also save, and it is select.ui. So after saving we need to copy the UI file and we need to add that in the scripts folder. So this is my Python installation, and we have scripts, and we can add this in here. So it's select. Okay, this is our UI file, and now we need to convert this. So we are going to use PyQt5, and this is PyQt5, and open in terminal. So this is our scripts folder in the terminal, and now we can say PyQt5, and this is our UI name, and the output should be select.py. We have okay, now it's converted, and if we see our scripts folder, yeah, now you can see we have select.py, and we need to bring this. So now we can find select. Okay, this is the converted file, and Now if I run this, so now you can see we are going to enter the DB name, the table name, and after that it will retrieve the data for us. So now the first thing I need, I'm going to create a method in here, and I want to do my all coding in the method. So def select data. Okay, also we need to import MySQL connector because we are using MySQL connector. So import MySQL dot connector as MC. So try, and in here the first thing we need to get the database name from the line edit or from the user. So we can say self dot line edit db name dot text, and after this we need to just also get the table name, self dot line edit table name dot text. And now we can connect our I'm going to create mydb mc.connect. So in here the first thing I need to add the host. So it's localhost, and the user, so the user is root, and we have password. So there's no password, I want to leave it blank, and the database is our DB name. So this is the database name. Okay, now after doing this, let me just create my accept mc.error as e, and I want to just say print error occurred. Now we need to create the object of our cursor. So my cursor mydb.cursor. So after this, now we need to execute our query. So we can say my cursor dot execute. So select all from dot format, and we want to add the table name in here. Now after doing this, we are going to create our result, and in here we want to fetch our all data. Now we can use cursor, so we can say my cursor dot fetch all. So now we need to get the row number, the row and also column number from our database, and we want to add that to the table widget. So now in here we can say self.table widget dot set row count to 0. First we want to set the row count to 0, and after that we can just say for row number and row data and enumerate, and in here we want to add our result. And also we are going to just say self.table widget dot insert row, and we want to insert row in the row number. And now we need to do this for the column number, so we can say for column number data, and in here we want to get the data, so in enumerate result, so this time we want to use row data, and now we can say self.table widget dot set item. Now for the set item we need row, column and also table widget item. So now in here we have our row number and we have our column number, and also you need QTable widget item. So now we need to import QTable widget item, So in here we can say from PyQt5.qt widgets, we need Q table widget item. So we have error in here, no problem, we will check this. Okay, now in here we can add our Q table widget item, and we need to typecast this to string, and we are going to add our data in here. So in here we have error, it's because in here we have my import, so we have set import MySQL.connector as MC. Now we have created our function. Now we need to add this to the to our push button. So in here we have our push button, and we can say self.pushbutton.clicked.connect self.select data. Okay, now in here I want to enter the DB name, so my DB name is PyQt5, and the table name is users, and show data. So now you can see that these are our data from the database. So if I add another, for example, I'm going to add another database that I have. Now let me show you. I have a MyDB in here, and also there's a users table, and I have these data in here. So now we can insert, so this is ID and this is auto increment. Let me add an email, my email at gmail.com, and this is, for example, my email is password. Okay, now we have if we see, okay, now we have, so this is another database and I want to retrieve. So now this time I'm going to add the DB name to MyDB, and the table is users. So now we can see that we have retrieved our data in the Q table widget. So thank you guys. If you have any question, please let me know. If you want the source codes, you can just check my website, geekscoders.com, or you can check the video description. Hi friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our 27th video in PyQt5 GUI development. So in the previous video we have learned that how you can retrieve data from MySQL database in a Q table widget. So for example, you can write the DB name, so it's PyQt5, and you can write your table name, users, and if I say show data, you can see that these are the data that I have in my MySQL database. So in this video I want to show you that how you can authenticate the user. For example, we are going to make a simple login user in PyQt5. So now I've already opened my Qt designer, and I'm going to just create a widget application. So now we need to design our application. The first thing I need to add a horizontal layout in here, and in the horizontal layout I'm going to add a Q line edit with a label, so a line edit, and also I'm going to add a label. I need to add another horizontal layout in here, and in this horizontal layout I'm going to add the same label and also a Q line edit. So now this is my line edit, and also I need to add a label. Now after this I need to add a vertical layout, and in the vertical layout first add a push button, and after adding push button we need to add a label. Okay, now right click on the window and we want the layout should be vertically. Now this is our layout. We will make this so the first thing I'm going to just change this text label to email, and also I'm going to change this to password. So password, and change this to login, and also this is a text. So first I'm going to change the ID of this, the object name, so this is label result, and we are going to just change the font, so it's bold, and after this also I need to change this, the object name from this, it's line edit, we want to make it line edit email, and for this first we need to change this to line edit password. Also we need to change the echo mode. So if you come down, we have echo mode, so it's normal, but we want to make it password. Now if I preview this, so you can see this is our design. Now we need to add a spacer in here between the login button and also this line edit. And now if I preview this, okay, now you can see it's looking good and we have our design. So remove this text label from here. Okay, now we need to save this because we want to convert this UI file to Python file. Now for this we need to just save our UI file. So I'm going to just call it login.ui. Okay, now after saving you need to copy the UI file and paste the UI file in the scripts folder of your Python installation. So this is my Python installation, and in here I have a scripts folder. Now I'm going to just add my UI file in here. So this is my UI file. It's because we're using PyQt5 for converting our this UI file to Python file. So now in here we can just open in terminal, and this is our terminal. Now in here we can convert our UI file to Python file. So PyQt5, and after that you need to give your UI file name, and the output is login.py. So now you need to find the converted file in the scripts folder. So you can see we have login.py. Now I'm going to just bring this file in my PyQt5 video directory. Let me paste in here. So now I can find it in here. This is login, and now this is my converted file. Now if I run this, so you can see now I have the label to line edit and also with the login button. Okay, now we're going to start our coding. The first thing I need, I'm going to just import MySQL connector. So I'm using MySQL connector. So from mysql.connector, or we can just say import, so import mysql.connector as MC. So now in here I'm going to just create a login in here. So login. Now the first thing I need to get the data from the line edit. So first one is email, and we can say self dot line edit email dot text, and we have password, and it is self dot line edit password dot text. So after getting the email and password, now we need to connect this to the database. We need to connect our application to the database and also the table that we have. So I'm going to just create MyDB, and we can say mc.connect, so we can use connect function. And in here, the first thing you need to add the host name. So I'm using WAMP server, so it's localhost, and the user, it's root. Password, I don't have any password, and also the database name. So if you see, so I'm going to use this PyQt5 database, and I have a table of users, and in the users table I have some users in here. So for the database, I'm going to just give it PyQt5. So let me just write accept mc.error as e, and we can say self.label result.set text, error. Okay, first I need to create a cursor object in here. mydb.cursor, and after creating the cursor, now we need to execute our query. So in here I can say my cursor.execute, or first I'm going to just create my query in here. So query, so we can say select email and password from users, where email like, and in here we need to just find the likeness between the email, and so in here you need to add the email plus email. We need to concat this, and now we want to check the password, so we can say password like password, and we need to close this. So okay, now this is our query, and now we can execute this query. So my cursor dot execute, and in here I need to add the query. So after executing the query, now I'm going to create a result in here, and I want to just fetch one of the users. So I can say my cursor dot fetch one, and now we can check. So if result is none, so if the result is none, we are going to just say self.label result.set text, and we can say incorrect email or password, and in the else case I'm going to just say self.label result.set text, and I can say that you are logged in. Okay, now this is my code, and now I need to just connect this with the push button. So my push button, okay, now this is the push button. We can say self.pushButton.click the dot connect, and we want to connect the login. Okay, now if I see my database, so let me just get this email. And so first I'm going to add a wrong password. So like this, if I log in, so you can see that I am receiving error, but I should receive incorrect email and password. Now I think there's a problem in my code. If I add my correct password, if I log in, so now let me just find the problem in the coding. I think the problem is in the query. So guys, select email password from users where email like email, and yeah, I think, yeah, this is the problem. And password like password. Now let me just run this again, and this time let me just find, so if I add a wrong password, yeah, because the incorrect email or password, if I insert correct password and if I log in, you can see you're logged in. So now I want to, when the email and password is correct, I want to open another dialog. So for this, the first thing we need to import QDialog. So I'm going to just say from PyQt5.qt widgets import QDialog. Okay, now if this is correct, we are going to just say my dialog QDialog, my dialog dot set model to true, and also we need to execute, so my dialog dot execute. So now if I run this, and if I add correct email and password, login, so now you can see that we have the second window in here. So like this you can work with creating a simple login. If you have any question, please let me know, and if you want the source codes, you can just check my website geekscoders.com and you can get the source codes. Hi friends, I'm Parviz and this is our 28th lesson in PyQt5 GUI development. So in this video we're going to start our topic about creating charts in PyQt5. So in this video we will learn that how we can create bar charts, how we can create pie chart, how we can create line chart, and also donut chart. Now for creating charts we can use PyQt chart. So the first thing you need to install PyQt chart, and you can see that it's the latest release, and you can just use pip install PyQt chart and it will be installed. So you can see PyQt chart is a set of Python bindings for the Qt company, Qt company's Qt chart library. The bindings set on top of PyQt5 and are implemented as a single module. So now after installation, now we are going to create our first bar chart. Now I've already created my window, so it's just a simple window, and in here I want to create my bar chart. I need some imports in here, so first I need to add a VBoxLayout. Also from PyQt5.qt chart, So from PyQt5.qtchart we are going to import qchart, and also we need to import qChartView. Now in every drawing of charts in PyQt5 you need a qchart object and also qChartView. So these two are required, and you need to create the object of qchart, and after that you need to add your qchart in the chart view, and you can set the chart view in the VBoxLayout. So after this we are going to use qBarSet because we want to create bar chart, and it is a q% bar series, so we also import this we need. And the last one is qBar category axis. Okay, now we are going to create our, so the first thing I need, first let me just set a style sheet. So self.setStyleSheet, and background color, and I want it should be green. So if you run this, you'll see that I have a green background color window. Now the first thing I need to create a set of bar set. So I can say set 0, and it is qBarSet, and you can add some names in here. Set 1 qBarSet, set 2 qBarSet, set 3 qBarSet, and let me just add one more in here, so set 4 qBarSet, and like this. Okay, so after this we need to create our values. So we need to add to these bar sets, we need to add values, and we can 2 and 3, 4, 5. So now let me just pause the video and add for all of them. Alright guys, now these are the data that I have inserted. After this we need to create a q% bar, so we can just create in here. And now we need to append these data to the q% bar series. So we can just say dot append, so set 0 dot append set 1, set 2, set 3, and set 4. Okay, now after adding these, now I've already said that we need to create a chart, and after chart we need to create a chart view. So these two are required for every charts. For example, if you're going to create pie chart, you need these two also, or if you're going to create donut chart, you need to create chart and also chart view. So first let me just create the object of chart, or okay, like this. So I'm going to just say qchart chart dot add series, and we want to add this in here. And after this also you can set a title for the chart, so set title, and I'm going to just say bar chart percent example, and also you can set animation for the chart, so dot set animation options, and we can say qchart dot series animation. Okay, now this is our chart. Now for the bar chart also we need to create some axis. So for this I'm going to just say categories. Let me create a list of months, so January and February. Okay, now we need to create axis, qbar category axis, and now we can append, so dot append, and we want to append the categories. And also we can say chart dot default, create default axis, and chart dot set axis X, and also the series. So now after this, now we need to create our chart view. We can just say chart view and q chart view, and in the chart view we need to add our chart. So now let's create the object of VBoxLayout and add this chart view in the VBoxLayout. So dot add widget, and we want to add chart view, and at the end you need to set the layout. So self.set layout to the VBoxLayout. Now let me run this. So now you can see that we have a nice bar chart, and you can see we have a nice animation for this. Alright guys, now we're going to create pie chart in PyQt5. So this was bar chart, and now it's time to create pie chart. So now I have already created my codes for creating of the window, and now I need to add some imports in here. So from PyQt5.qtchart, I'm going to import qchart. It's important to add the qchart and qchart view, and also we add qpy series. Okay, now in here we need to create our pie chart. So it's for the pie chart we can also call qpy series. So first we need to create the object of qpy series, and after that we need to append the value in here. So dot append, for example, apple et, and we can say banana, pear, melon, Okay, now after this we need to create a qchart object. So chart qchart, and we can add this data to our chart. So chart dot add series, and also we can set animation dot set animation options. So there are different type of animation. We are going to just use this one animation, so series animations. and we can set a title. Fruits pie chart. Okay, now we need to create our chart view, Q chart view, and add the chart in the chart view. After this, create a VBoxLayout. We need to import VBoxLayout at the top. Q VBoxLayout. We need to add the chart view in the VBoxLayout, and also we need to set the layout for the VBox. So we need to set the main window layout. Okay, now let me run this. So now you can see that we have a nice pie chart. Also we can say cell.set style sheet background color red. So now you can see we have red in here. Also you can add a slice for the pie chart. So right now we don't have any slice, so for adding a slice, so in here we need to add our slice. I'm going to just say my slice series dot slices, and I want to make it 2 slice. So now if I run this, so this 2 means that I want to make the slice to the second. So this is 0, it's from index 0, and this is the first one, and this is the second index, and I want to make the slice of the second index. So now we can say my slice dot set exploded to true, and my slice dot set label visibility to true. So QPySlice has no object set label visibility. Oh, it's label visible. It's label visible. So visible. Okay, now you can see that for the peer we have a slice in here. Now if you change this to 3, now 0, 1, 2, 3, the slice should be for the melon. Now you can see in here we have a slice. So also you can add style for this. So we can say my slice dot set pen and qpen. So we need to import this qpen. This is Qt GUI. We need to import qpen, and from PyQt5.qt core import qt. So the color of the pen, you can add it, for example, green, and for this is the size of the pen. Also you can add brush, so my slice dot set brush qt dot for example green. Let me just add. So now we can see that this is our slice in here. Okay guys, now we are going to create line chart in PyQt5. So for creating of the line chart, we can use QLine series. So now I have created my basic window in here. So the first thing I need to add some imports. So from PyQt5.qt chart, I'm going to import QChart and also QChart view and QLine series. Also I need to add VBoxLayout. Okay, now first I'm going to just create QLine series in here, and after this now we need to append some data, and also we need to add some data to the series. So first I'm going to just append and I want to add 06 append 04. So let me just make it 24 or make it 5 and 38. Seven 3, and also the last one is 12 7. So now after this we need to create some points. For this we need to import QPointF. So from PyQt5.qt core import QPointF. So we can say pointf, so 11.1. So we are going to insert these points, and the last one is 22. Okay, now after this we need to create our chart. So chart QChart, and now we need to add the data to the chart. So add series, and we can set animation options. So set animation options dot series animation, and also you can set the title for the chart, line chart example. So after this now we need to create the chart view, and we need to add our this chart in the chart view. QChart view chart, and it's time to create VBoxLayout. We need to add the chart view to the VBoxLayout, so add widget chart view, and you can set the layout, so self.set layout to the VBoxLayout. Now we are going to run this. So now you can see we have a line chart in here. Okay, now we're going to create donut chart. So donut chart is a type of pie chart or QPy series that we can use. Now I've already created my basic codes for creating of the window, and also I have imported VBoxLayout. So after this I need to import. So from Qt chart we need to import the QChart and QChart view, QPy series. So after this we need to create the object of QPy series, and now we need to just set whole size, so set whole size and 0.40, and now we can append one data to the series. So I can say protein 4.3%, 4.3, and now we need to create a slice. So I'm going to just say my slice series dot append, or first let me just comment this, and I'm going to just create the object of chart, so Q chart, and we can say chart dot add series, and then we want to add the series in here, and you can say chart dot set animation options, qchart dot animation series animations, and we can set the title, you can say donut chart, and also you can set a dim. So for right now I'm not going to set dim, and I'm going to just create a chart view, and we can say Q chart view and add the chart in here. Create the object of Q VBoxLayout, and we need to add the chart view in the VBoxLayout. After that you need to set the layout for the window. So now we can see that right now we have just one data in here. Now let's just add a slice in here, and we want to add more items. So let me just say fat. You need to add the value, and we can say my slice dot set exploded to true, set label visible to true. Now if I run this, so now you can see that I have this slice in here, and also you can add some more, append some more data, so other, so now you can see these are the donut chart. Now you can add them, we can end so even you can do I think for all charts you can add them. So first let me just do this for the donut chart, and in the chart we can say chart dot set them, qchart dot chart dim blue. We are going to use this dim. So now you can see we have a nice dim in here. Now let me just copy this with more charts. So for the line chart, if I add this, and let me run this, now you can see for the line chart I have this, and let me just add in the Q pie chart. So in here, So if there is another dim, so it's blue icy, dim brown sun, dim dark. So let me just use this. So you can see it's another kind, and let me just say chart dim dark. So you can see we have a dark dim in here, and let me just copy and bring this for the bar chart. So this is our bar chart. So thank you guys. If you have any question, please let me know, and if you want the source codes, you can just check my blog geekscoders.com, and you can get the source code from there. Hi friends, I'm Parvez, and this is our 29th video in PyQt5 GUI development. In this lesson, we're going to learn that how you can use QML and Qt-Quick in PyQt5. So first of all, what is QML? So QML is Qt markup language, and it is used for designing of your main application, and it's like JavaScript, but it's not JavaScript. And using QML, you can separate your main design from the logic coding. So now let me show you that how you can create your first window in QML, Qt markup language. I'm going to create first I want to create a main.qml file in here. So the extension is .qml, and after that I'm going to create a Python file main.py. So now in my main.qml I need to write my QML application. So now for this, the first thing I need to import Qt-Quick.window, and you need to add the version of Qt-Quick. And also in here you can see that I'm using a QML extension or QML plugin. So now for syntax highlighting, you can just go to the settings, and from here in the plugins section you can find a QML plugin. Okay, now you can see that these are the plugins. You can write QML, and you can see QML support. I have already installed it, and you can just install from here. So after importing the Qt-Quick.window, now also we need to import Qt-Quick 2.3. So now after this we are going to create our window in here. So we can just write window, and we need to add visible and make it to true. We want to make the visibility of the window to true. Now we have created our main.qml. It's time to load this main.qml in our Python file. So this is our design, and now we need to load this. So this is my main.py. in here the first thing I need to from PyQt5.qml, so Qt from PyQt5.qt.qml. So from this we are going to import QML application engine, and also from PyQt5.qt widgets we are going to import Q application. Also I need to import sys. Okay, now in here I'm going to just set different QML, and in this function or method I want to run my QML application. So I'm going to create the object of Q application, and I'm going to just pass sys.argument v, but it's not required. If you want, you can just leave it blank. So I'm going to just say sys.argv. So after this, now I need to create a QML application engine. So I'm going to just say engine it is QML application engine. And after that we need to load, so we can say engine.load, and in here you need to add your QML file name, so it is main.qml. So now this is we have added this, and in here we can just say return app.execute. Now we need to call our function in here, so main sys.exit, and we want to call our run QML. Now let me just run this. Okay, we're not receiving any window. I think also we need to add, and we need to check in here if not engine dot root objects, we are going to just return -1, and in the else case we are going to just execute our application. Okay, again our QML is not loading. Now let me just check that where is the problem. So alright guys, now the problem is in our QML, and it is the true, it's so now you can write it like this, and now let me just run this. Okay, so now you can see that we have received our first window in QML. Now you can add attributes to the window. For example, you can in here you can add the width and height, so width 700 and also height 400. Okay, now you can see that 700 width and 400 700 width and 400 height we have. You can add a color to the window. So for example, I want red, and if I run this, so we have a red color window in here. You can change this, for example, black, so you will see that I have a black color window. Okay, now also you can change the title of the window. In here you can add a title, and for example geekscoders.com. so if you want the source codes, you can just check my website geekscoders.com. So now if I run this, you can see that I have a title in here. Also you can add icon. Now for the icon, we are going to do this in the main.py file. So in here the first thing we need to import QIcon. So we can say from PyQt5.qt GUI import QIcon, and in this section you can just say app.set window icon QIcon, and give the icon name, for example, python.png. So now you can see that we have an icon in here. Now also you can add text. So in here I want to add a text. For example, you can give ID for the text, my text, and you can add the text itself. So for example, geekscoders.com PyQt5 QML tutorial, or we can say lesson. So now now we need to add the text in the window, so we cannot add this outside of the window. This is our main window. Now if you want to add widgets, now you need to add those widgets in the window. Now we are going to run our application, QML application. So we don't have any text in here, and alrighty guys, now the problem is this, that we are not just seeing the text because now our window color is black and also the text is also black. So now I need to add a color to the text. So in here I can just add a color, and I'm going to use a white color. So now now we can see the text in our window. So you can see that we have in here. Now you can change the font size. You can just say font dot pixel size, and we can give it, for example, 35. And also you can make it bold, so font dot bold, and it is true. Now if we run our main file, now you can see that we have a bigger size text in here. So also you can make it center. So for that you can use anchors dot center in, and we want to center to the parent. Now you can see that the text is in the center. So also you can add image in your window. So for this we can use image, and in the image you can give ID for the image, and also you need to add the source for the image. So now so I'm going to just use python.png. So this is an image. Now if I run this, so you can see that we have our image in here. So also you can add a text input. For example, if you want, you can add let me just add a text input. So text input, and in here you can add just ID, for example, text input, and also you can give the text for the text input. So hello. Now let me just run this. So again we need to just give a color for this. So color, and I want to give a white color. So let me run it again. So now you can see we have, this is a text input, and you can remove this hello. So let's just add a size to this. So we can just say font dot pixel size, and we give 16, and also I want to make bold. Now we can run this. So you can see now it's bigger. Let's just add X and Y position for this. We can say X 200 and Y 50. And also I want to add a focus for the text input. So make it to true. Now we can run this. So now you can see the focus is on the text input, and we have X and Y position for the text input. So also you can add maximum length. So for this we can say maximum length, and we can give it, for example, 12 character. And also I want to capitalize my all font. So we can say capitalization, and font dot all uppercase. Now we can run this. So now you can see I can just add 12 characters in here. Now the text are these are not uppercase. Now we need to just check that where is the problem. So font dot capitalization and font dot all uppercase, so it is smaller c. Now we can run this. Now you can see it's all uppercase. Thank you guys. If you have any question, please let me know, and if you want to get the source codes, you can just check geekscoders.com. So thank you guys.